Ladies and gentlemen, this section will start in 3 minutes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amy, the MC for this section. Our first speaker is Siobhan McKeown. She's WordPress expert hailing all the way from northeast of England with over a decade of experience. Today, she will guide us through finding ideal clients, adding value in sales, and mastering the enterprise sales journey. Let's welcome Siobhan McKeown.
Hello. Oh, it's very loud. Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the keynote. And thank you all for coming and for being here. I'm just going to adjust this a little bit so I can't hear myself so much. And thanks just for coming to my presentation. I've really enjoyed being in Taipei. I've never been here before. It's been wonderful. I've eaten a lot of food. It has been great. My favorite thing to do. This was my original talk title, How to Catch and Retain a WordPress Enterprise Client. But when I started to get into it, I realized actually there were so many talks packed into this statement that I've cut it back a little bit. So I'm actually just going to focus on how to catch a WordPress Enterprise Client. Just the sales process itself takes up the length of a talk. And actually, as I've been going through it, even different components of the sales process could take up whole talks. But if you want to talk to me about how you retain clients or anything to do with this, feel free to come and chat to me through the WordCamp. So a little bit about me. I've been involved with WordPress for about 13 years. I used to be the rep for the docs team. I was one of the founding members of WordCamp Europe. This is me and my friend Hanny after the very first regional WordCamp Europe in 2013. And all of the organizers will appreciate this feeling of just lying on the ground and feeling like we did it and we're exhausted. So these days I'm the COO of HumanMade. HumanMade is an enterprise WordPress agency. We also have a cloud hosting platform, Altus, where we offer enterprise hosting to banks, to universities, to media organizations, among others. And just to begin, I just thought it'd be fun to look back at where HumanMade started. Hello, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed the keynote, and Noel's talk was great. So we all have to start somewhere. This is the first version of the HumanMade website that we could find on the Wayback Machine. At that point, HumanMade was one word. We've got a very nice carousel there. I don't think the telephone number works, but if you want to give it a try, feel free to. Maybe Joe or Noel or Tom will pick it up. And also, we're not just UK-based, having gone remote in 2013. But something that we still do, I'm going to have to read it because I can't see it on my notes, is we love building fantastic things for fantastic people. And if you want to do something with WordPress, speak to us. We can make it happen. So here are some of HumanMade's very first websites. I could only find very poorly cropped versions of these in our WP Media library from way back in the day as evidence of the work. We've got Aardman animation. We've got awkward family photos. I don't know if anybody remembers that. Digital trends, geek.com, and they look very dated now. But these are kind of the early versions of what we were doing at HumanMade. But this is what we're doing today. We work for big organizations, for enterprise, for companies like Siemens, Google, with YAL, TechCrunch, Red Bull Media House, banks, universities. We've just launched a new site for Harvard. And we've come a really long way since that. But it's step by step, and we've all got to start somewhere. We all at HumanMade love to share. And I think this is one of the differentiators of HumanMade, is that we're made of open source contributors. We have so many open source contributors as part of our leadership, as part of our staff, and we really love to share. So we share our staff handbook, we share our engineering handbook, and we also love to share how we approach things. And that's what I'm going to do in this presentation, is talk a little bit more about how we do things as a business. So what I like to do with this presentation is to help some of you catch your first whale. So to do that, I'm going to tell you a story. And we're going to see what we learn along the way. The story is going to take you along the sales funnel. We'll cover it in broad strokes. And as I said at the start, when I was putting this presentation together, I was like, this could be its own talk, and this could be its own talk, and this could be its own talk. So at the end of the presentation, I have going to share a QR code. If you follow it, it will take you to your blog post, and it's got links to what I think are good resources about different stages of the sales funnel. So funnel is a really good representation of the activity because it follows a journey from creating awareness to closing a deal. And a really common way of framing this is called ADA. Thanks to Petya for helping me make this diagram yesterday. So it starts with awareness. What is it? Just creating awareness of your product or service. Interest. I like it. That's generating interest. Desire. I want it. At this stage, your prospect is motivated to engage with you and wants to more interested in buying what you've got. And action, which is, I will have this. So I'm going to take you on a story. This is Joy. She looks a bit like me. I got some help from my designer. I'm very lucky to get some help with my slides. I'm probably much more snarky and sarcastic than joyful, just to put that out there. Ryan's very sarky and sarcastic, laughing at me. So Joy was a web developer. Not like me. I was never a web developer. I was involved in WordPress in other ways. She did a bunch of freelance work, building websites for small businesses. Those businesses got a little bit bigger. Then she got more work than she could do herself. So she asked some friends to join her. Just a few other developers at first. Then another developer. Then a designer joined her team. Then a project manager. And before she knew it, Joy was no longer doing any development herself. She was running a business. Oh, this is not in a language I understand. So Joy has got a problem. Joy's engineers are looking for more challenging work. They're really sick of building brochure websites and customizing themes. They've seen that other engineers are doing much more interesting work with WordPress. They're using the block editor to streamline organizational workflows. They're integrating other tools using the REST API, building complex integrations, building like really customized front ends. And first one leaves, then another. They love working with Joy. Like everybody loves working with Joy. She's happy all the time. But they want to grow, which means Joy's business needs to grow too. Not only that, but Joy herself is ambitious. She wants to grow her business. She wants to have bigger challenges, to learn more. She'd like to get some stable income. And she's heard that when she gets her foot in the door at one of those big organizations, that she'll keep getting work from them. So, chapter 1, how do you get that foot in the door? So how is she going to get an enterprise client? First of all, if she doesn't even know what type of enterprise she wants to work with. Enterprise is a big word, contains a lot within it. So you've got to really think. Joy needs to think, what is my ideal client? Joy isn't really sure what her ideal client is. At this stage, she really, really would like to work with anybody. Anybody who's going to give her money, great. However, there are some things she does know. She knows that one of her engineers previously worked at a university in their digital services department. And they've been doing like themes and customizations for some schools. This means education could be a pretty good industry fit. She knows that she'll need to work with a big university that is profitable. So she needs to look at that intersection of her team's expertise with technology fit, ability to buy, and geography. So this is creating an ideal client profile. I started with one bullet point, but not the others. Oh, that's making me cringe. So when you come up with your ICP, think about the following. Industry. Is it an industry you're familiar with? Think outside of the box, not just clients you've had. It might be industries that your team has worked within and that has experience of. Size of the company. A good indication of the overall revenue and the complexity is a good indication of the overall revenue and complexity of the organization. Although when you're looking at their company size, remember that you'll just be working with one team within it. A company could be huge, like a bank, for example, but it's, they have things like bank tellers and people like working within their high street branches. So there's all sorts of like different types of roles within those organizations. Potential budget. So you won't know the budget that all of these organizations have offhand, but you can project what size of budget is ideal for you, your costs, and your team. Is it $50,000, $20,000, $1 million? And then geography. Are there geographical regions which you are better suited to work within? Have you got a team there that can work? Factors might be things like whether your team's located there, whether you have, whether you speak the language, and the sort of purchasing power within that locale. And then finally, business goals. So what are the ideal business goals? Would it be digital transformation? Could it be moving on to new platforms? Could it be speed and performance? There's lots of different goals that actually you could be well suited to work within. So once you've got your ideal client, you need to go and find them. So Joy realizes she doesn't really know anyone who works at an enterprise organization. She loves going to WordCamps. We all love going to WordCamps. WordCamps are great and meeting WordPressers, but enterprises don't really go to WordCamps. And in our experience at Human Made, it's very rare for us to be doing client meetings or meeting new clients at WordCamps. And I think this quote from Seneca is really, really helpful and instructive when thinking about, how you can position your business to grow. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. So you need a combination of preparation and opportunity. Through defining her ICP and understanding what her team can offer, Joy is prepared to talk about the value her team can bring. And then the opportunity is just putting yourself into the right types of situations where you might encounter people who are interested in what it is that you have to sell. So this means going where she knows they will be. So she searches for conferences and events focused on digital marketing for universities. There's some local events that connect her into the local community. Bigger ones where, if she's honest, she does feel a bit overwhelmed. But she puts herself out of her comfort zone, and she starts speaking to people. She has a go at speaking at a local meetup. And when she builds up her confidence, she speaks at a one-day tech event focused on people who work in digital marketing at universities. She starts to write posts on LinkedIn about innovations in WordPress, specifically in education settings. She shares useful plugins that people in digital at a university might want to use. She comments on case studies and other people's posts. She broadens her social media network and just generally gets herself out there. At all times, she's trying to bring value to people through the interactions that she's having and demonstrate her expertise. Her team, like the team at HumanMade, her team doesn't exist, so I've had to use HumanMade's team as an example, are WordPress contributors. So she posts about that and shares their contributions. And in terms of our experience at HumanMade, having so many people at HumanMade be contributors to WordPress, be vocal within WordPress, take leadership roles within WordPress in the WordPress community, has had a huge impact on HumanMade's business. And that's not why we all started contributing. We started contributing because we care about open source, we care about democratizing publishing. But these are definite fringe benefits to us as a company, so I highly recommend that you think about your contributing strategy. Then one day, she gets an email from Jeff. He works in digital marketing for a business school at a university. He has an RFP that he'd like to send her if she's interested. And of course, she is. Chapter 2, a journey of discovery. So Joy needs to learn about this prospect, and if she has a good discovery process, it will help her to make sure that she can craft her pitch to the prospect. So this is thinking about how you understand the prospect, how you understand their business need. It's also an opportunity to demonstrate professionalism. Throughout this discovery process, you want to really not just learn about them, but you need to deliver value to them. Every touch point with the prospect, they should come away feeling enriched and feeling good about the experience of having that interaction with you. So, first of all, she has a discovery call in this hypothetical story, which goes the wrong way. In this, when it goes wrong, Joy hasn't done her research, and she doesn't know anything about the organization or the stakeholder. This means she could waste time on pointless questions that she could have found out elsewhere. She also wastes a lot of time talking about her and the prospect's shared love of dogs. I love dogs. I've got a Labradoodle. She's very cute. You can look her up on Instagram, and I love her. But spending 10 minutes of a 45-minute sales call talking about your dogs is kind of wasting yours and their time. She also doesn't spend time digging into the problems that Jeff has. For example, Joy asks, "What's your biggest pain point?" Jeff says, "Our site is really slow right now." She doesn't ask what problems this causes the team or the business. She just goes on to ask, "How big is your team?" However, Joy doesn't do that. Before the call, she does her research. She finds out that Jeff has got a boss called Susie, who is the person who will make the final decision. Jeff is just the person doing all of the research. She's gone to LinkedIn to find out Jeff's role and his position in the organization. He finds out that they're hiring 2 new members of staff, which means that they are a team that's growing, which is a great thing to know. It means that they likely have budget. She finds out that he leads a team of 4 in Singapore, and they're going to hire 2 new team members. She opens the call with a warm but brief opening, in which she expresses her appreciation for Jeff. She checks in on time, asks if 45 minutes still works for you, and she outlines the end goal of the call to understand their business goals and how they can work together. This is, if you're in sales or curious of sales, you will find that there are a lot of acronyms for everything. This is a little process called ACE, A, appreciation, C, check-in, and E, end goal. In the post that I'll share at the end, there's lots of acronyms. I have lost my notes for this. So, whenever Joy asks Jeff, what are your pain points? Jeff says, our site is slow. And she says, what are the problems that causes for you? And he said, well, our ad revenue is going down because people aren't staying on the site. People are bouncing on the site. And he also says, but it's also causing problems for our editorial team. There's a lot of inefficiency because we're waiting for things to load all of the time. So she understands that they're losing their revenue and they want to improve on their efficiencies. So she's got a good idea of the change that they need to create within the organization. So now that she has everything she needs, she can go away and put together the estimate and the pitch. She has the request for proposals that's been sent to other agencies. I don't know how many of you have received these, but often they're huge. They're massive documents that you have to respond to. But she has got her discovery call, which gives her information that other agencies don't have access to. She knows exactly what the business goals are. She knows how her team can help Jeff achieve those goals. As well as the art of responding to the RFP, Joy has to estimate how much the project will cost. So work on this scale is new to Joy. And while they can easily estimate how much a brochure site will cost, a migration with new editorial workflows, a full performance audit, and optimizations, and a refresh of the front end, that's a whole new thing. They've never estimated anything like this before. So they're going to get it wrong. They are going to underestimate what it's going to cost. It's going to, ultimately cost them money, but every time they estimate, they're going to get better. Estimation is really hard. I've shared some posts about it. There are things that Joy could have done. She could have got access to WP admin, so their engineers could have had a proper look around. She could have asked for access to the code base. Some prospects will do that. She could have built in a discovery phase so that they could better determine the full scope of development, so just sell that discovery with the phase 2, which is actually the build. She could build in contingency by adding a multiplier on top of her estimate. But she doesn't do any of these things. She gets it wrong. She also was thinking about pricing models. There are loads of different pricing models you could adopt. Joy continues with her hourly-based pricing model, which is what a lot of agencies do. You can do daily. That's human-made charges by the day. You can do value-based. You can do project-based. You can do sprint-based. Lots of different ways that you can figure out how much things are going to cost. But she breaks the project down into stages, and she and her team break those down further into specific tasks to figure out how long each task will take and then how much it will cost. There might be situations, and this isn't one that Joy is thinking about because she doesn't know yet, that you might intentionally price low. It could be your first project. You want to get the logo on your website. It might be, and this is an approach that we've taken, is that you want to land and expand, which is that there is a small opportunity at a really big organization, and you want to get your foot in the door so that you can deliver really well, and you know that that organization is going to have loads more money to send your way. But in that situation, you need to be realistic about what it's going to cost you and also what the future opportunities are. So Joy is delighted when she's invited to pitch because she's done so much prep work already through the RFP and the discovery. She feels really ready to answer any questions that are thrown at her. And when you go into a pitch, if you've done your prep work, it's actually pretty easy because you know it all inside out. And it's really just going in, having that conversation, delivering value, making people feel educated by that process. So they distill the RFP down to a 15-slide deck. They tell the story of how Joy and Jeff's team are going to work together. She paints this beautiful picture of collaboration, and Jeff thinks this is wonderful. So this is not the time within a pitch to focus on how great you are. And I think this is a mistake that people make. You establish that through the RFP response is your own credibility. You want to focus on what the prospect's future, how they will be different and better by working with you. You want them to see that and feel that through the pitch. So, off it goes. Done the pitch, got the RFP, and Joy waits a few days. And then she waits a few more days. And then a few more days. And what Joy doesn't know is that Jeff's boss's mother is sick. And suddenly she had to take 3 weeks off work, and that turned out, and that when she returned, her boss said that the budget needs to be approved by their board. And the board is struggling to get it approved because they have an offsite followed by an all-hands, and then when the board does review it, they have a bunch of feedback. That gets sent back to Jeff, and Jeff has to take it to IT, and IT is like, why are you even using WordPress anyway? Oh. We've got a phone call, that's fine. And then he has to make a whole business case again to IT, the IT department, who begrudgingly say, fine, it can go ahead, but only on this side over there, and we don't want any responsibility for it. And then it goes back to the board, and they can only arrange a meeting in 2 weeks, which they do, and it gets signed off. Finally, and Jeff finally emails Joy 6 weeks after they last spoke. And I can tell you, in enterprise sales processes, this happens all of the time. The amount of times that we have done a pitch, then got an email saying, we've got to hire someone new before we can go ahead, or it just goes completely silent, and then 3 months later, someone messages you. This is part of enterprise sales, is patience. She'd almost given up. She was sad because the leader looked so promising. But what Joy will learn is that the process is that enterprise sales is a marathon, not a race. Any touch point that you have with a big organization is not just a contact with one individual. It's a point of contact with all of the complexities of that organization. Whoever you speak to has a boss, and they have a boss, and they have a boss, and they have a board, and your stakeholder is managing the demands of multiple departments and opinions. Things take a really long time, and things can be very challenging for your stakeholder. But she gets an email from Jeff saying, you're the preferred vendor. Yay, good for Joy. But the story doesn't end there. The stakeholder might be happy, but it's not the end of the story. There are some monsters to overcome before the project is in the bag, and these can tank a project. So you might get the email saying, yes, we love you, we really want to work with you, it's going to be great, I can see our future together, but it's not over, and you need to prepare for these. First monster is procurement. Procurement is a team that determines whether a vendor is going to be safe, secure, and deliver the best value. They will always look for ways to drive down costs and mitigate risk. And they decide whether an organization can work with a vendor or not. They go hand in hand with compliance. The compliance team will assess you to see if there are any risk factors associated with working with you. So Joy is sent an enormous 300 question questionnaire where she's asked about security awareness training, and endpoint security, and network configuration, and encryption, and development environment security, and data handling, and all of these things that she just doesn't normally have to think about when she's doing these small to medium-sized sites. In the end, Joy gets through it all. The compliance team decides that Joy security, it's not up to scratch. So they tell the stakeholder, they tell Jeff, if they really want to work with Joy, they'll have to send laptops to the team to work with. And this happens. Which they do. They send them. And now it's finally time for the contract, where they encounter their next monster, legal. So you're going to send off, or Joy sends off her master services agreement and waits 2 weeks while it gets stuck in the legal department. Eventually, when it comes back, it is covered with red lines. The legal team has pulled out their clause and been able to use the project and marketing activity. It's disputing the payment terms, the jurisdiction where any disagreements will be mediated. They have no clue about the GPL, so all reference like open source is completely written all over. And Joy feels completely out of her depth. At this point, she brings in a lawyer who helps her navigate this whole situation. Of course, she has to spend time finding a lawyer who is within her budget, so that adds another few weeks onto the whole thing. But she finds someone, they understand her organization, they understand the GPL, not many people do, and they work through the red lines. And finally, she wins the, oh, where am I looking at the wrong one? Then the work begins. Yes! So my time's up, so I'm going to run through the last bit really quickly, and maybe I'll be able to take photos of them. So the work begins. She hands the work over from sales into delivery, a whole talk that many people from Human Made could come and give, I'm sure. She's got some top tips, which I'm going to fly through, but I'll share the slides. Now that Joy's a pro, she starts speaking at events. She comes to WordCamps to share her knowledge, to get more people selling to enterprise. And here's what she tells you. Enterprises are big, multi-department organizations. You will work with one small part of a big organization, and you won't have anything to do with the rest. They won't know who you are. WordPress is often the secondary CMS, which integrates really broadly with a broader tech stack. It's very integration heavy. You're going to need to be very clear about how you handle data, how you secure your environments and your computers, and how you vet your people. There are lots of stakeholders and decision makers, which is exhausting and difficult to navigate. So some of her tips, am I on the right one? Yeah. Network widely, share your knowledge, do this. Go to other events, don't just go to WordCamps, go to open source events and go to events where your ICP will be. Understand the business value of WordPress and open source. Another talk in itself there. I would love to give that talk. But why should the prospect buy WordPress when there's so many other options out there that have huge marketing teams, Sitecore and Adobe and all of those things? They could buy those. Land and expand. Start small. Get your foot in the door. Maybe even under price, although make sure that you're very confident in doing that before you do it to get your foot in the door. Learn the organization chart and build relationships with all of your stakeholders. So you'll have the person who gets in touch with you, but you should be drawing a map of all of the people who are related to them. Start to understand how that organization works. Ask the right questions to understand the prospect's business goals. They're not just buying a website. They're looking to implement a change, and you're going to help them create that change. Be patient. The enterprise sales process cycle is very long. Sometimes it's very short, always great. Sometimes very long. Be persistent. Follow up. Don't let them forget about you. You're still there. Petch worded this for me. I thought it was great. So you may have caught a whale, We still need to get it on the boat. And the compliance, procurement, and legal can completely scupper your deal. And I can tell you that's happened to us, and that is really gutting when you've put months into a sales process for something like compliance to bring it to an end. Engage a lawyer who understands your business. Worked with a lot of lawyers. A lot of them don't understand your business. You need to get someone who works for you, how you do things, your values, understands open source. Get ahead of compliance expectations. The main things that enterprises care about are how you handle data, are your computers and development environments secure, and are you vetting your team? And that's especially important if you're working with freelancers and contractors and if your team is remote. Remember the funnel, the activity that needs to happen throughout at each level. And that's it. I'm done. Before I finish, I just want to give a shout out. We've got an enterprise panel on Saturday at 1 in the main track. We've got Lorna Lim from Human Made, Kim Cole from Yoast, and Raoul Bansal from RT Camp. And they'll be talking to Petya Rajkowska about how WordPress can better serve the needs of enterprise. And you'll get more great insights on enterprise there. So thank you, everybody. If you've got any questions, I think maybe a bit of time, maybe not. That's great.
Thank you so much, Siobhan. This is such a great talk. Now we are open for question for 5 minutes. Okay. Siobhan, actually, I have a question for you.
Great.
What makes a great client?
That's a good question. What makes a great client? Somebody who's communicative, who will engage properly with the process. Someone who understands your delivery process. I'd say one of the challenges that comes up at Human Made is that we use Scrum for delivery, and sometimes we don't have like a really engaged product owner on the client side. That can lead to challenges within the process because they are kind of waiting for the end of the process for the thing to happen, but we need them engaged throughout. We do have a really great client, and this makes a really good client, is that every time she's left an organization, she's re-engaged us at her new job. I think we've been through like 4 different companies with her. So that's a really good sign of a great client, is somebody who takes you with them. Hello.
So when you have a large project, how do you typically break up milestones for payments and delivery?
Yeah, sort of. So we usually have a roadmap which is drawn up at the beginning of the project because we use Scrum. Then we're working with the product owner to deliver in sprints every 2 weeks. And we tend to then stage the payments dependent on the project. It's usually like 30-day terms or whatever. So it will depend on the deliverables. It will depend on the project. Smaller ones will be related to the actual launch, but other ones will be dependent on deliverables.
Okay, thank you.
We've got one here. There.
Such a wonderful talk.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So my question is, most of the time the decision makers at enterprise does not understand the technical talks.
Yes.
So they're maybe having issue with the site speed, and this is why bounce rate is going up. And whenever I'm going to tell them this is happening, I don't understand that.
Yeah.
So how do you overcome that situation, actually?
That's a good question. I mean, whenever we are, I guess, working with the stakeholders, we have a great team of engineers who are good at getting that balance between the technical stuff, but also communicating that well to the client. You can do page tests and stuff to show them. It's the Google one that shows your site speed, and actually just showing them things like that. You can share articles with them. I mean, ideally ones that aren't too technical about the relationship between speed, site performance, and bounce rate. But really, it comes back to what I was saying through the presentation is you can educate that person, and you can help them to understand. You know, it's yes, some of the technical stuff might be difficult, but actually, conceptually, if you can get them to understand that, then they've learned something through their interaction with you, which is really valuable to them. Thank you.
Yeah, so one of the questions I had that, like, how do you explain to the customer that the project might take a little longer than they estimate, because oftentimes stakeholders have a timeline in mind, but the scope of the project is actually larger than what they have in mind. So how do you reconcile that? Because you realize it's going to take longer, but they don't.
Yeah, I mean, this comes back to what I was saying about the engaged product owner. If you've got a product owner on the client side, or any stakeholder who's fully engaged in helping you make decisions throughout, then they should, like, it should never come as a surprise to them. There should be enough a part of the process that really they should be seeing that coming as well. What we aim for at HumanMade is there's 3 sort of vectors for a project. There's scope, there's time, and there's scope, time, and budget. And usually one of those is going to have to give. So if you're running up on a deadline and that's not going to, you're not going to hit it, so you've got to de-scope something, or they're going to have to add another engineer, which increases the budget. And if the stakeholder's been really part of the project, then they will understand the need for that. So you really need a good accounts team to manage those types of situations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Siobhan. I'm pretty sure if anyone have questions, feel free to meet Siobhan at the conference later today. Thank you again. On behalf of WordCamp Asia, we would like to give you this thank you gift.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone, for coming, and thank you for having me. Thank you.
Our next section in this meeting room will start from 11:15. Ladies and gentlemen, this section will start in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amy, the MC for this section. Please welcome our next speaker, Mika Bovlet. Hailing all the way from the Netherlands and now residing in Germany. With over 25 years of web development experience, she's a seasoned expert in digital accessibility. Her talk will focus on bending arguments against accessibility by making it relatable to daily life. Let's welcome Mika Bovlet.
Oh, that's nice. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm stoked to see so many people here today. And before I start talking to you, who in here is already working in accessibility? No hands? Cool. Who is planning to work in accessibility? I love you. That's wonderful. All right. I'm Annemieke Bovlet, like I was so kindly announced, and I'm going to talk about how to counter arguments against accessibility when designers and developers or decision makers give you a hard time. Right? A little bit about me, but not too much, because then you'll be bored out of your mind. Most people call me Anne, because Annemieke is hard to remember, so feel free to do so. You can always come to me and talk to me through any channel possible. I welcome that very much. I'm also very direct. If I'm too direct, please let me know. I'm trying to find the order, what you see and what I see. Okay, so I created my first commercial website 26 years ago. I had no idea what I was doing. I was using this horrible tool called Front Page. But, but at that time, that was the thing. Everything worked, it looked great. And I've been self-employed since 2008 because I figured out if I want to go my way in this work, I have to be able to decide for myself what I do. I'm part of the target group of accessibility. And something that is important to know is that many people think like, oh, you have to be in this job for 100 years to understand what it is about. I didn't discover accessibility until 4 years ago. There was a tweet about accessibility, it made me cry. I'm not going to tell you which one, you can find it on my website, because I do like traffic to my website. Who doesn't? Right? Okay. I am part of the group that is what I call the lesser suspects, because we all know that in accessibility, everybody thinks this is for people with visual impairments, people with motoric impairments, but the group of people that accessibility for is way bigger than people think. This is the base for what I'm talking about today, because we need to work on getting the assumptions that people have out of the way. I have ADHD, ASD, dyslexia, dyscalculia. I can't read a map if my life depended on it. And I'm 53. That's not an impairment, but my eyesight is really bad. So what you will learn today is how you can motivate developers, designers, content creators, and how you can use that knowledge to motivate decision makers. Because making things accessible is the right thing to do, right? We do this because we're social creatures. But the hard fact is, in this world, it's not about how social we are, but how are we going to eat? Who is going to pay for that? Small changes happen through love and kindness. Big changes, unfortunately, through greed and capitalism. This is one of the bases that I use in my arguments to convince decision makers. Okay. So, is this talk for you? Well, we already established that we have a very mixed audience. Yes, it's for all of you. And of course, I based the talk on the assumption that you already know things. But if you hear me use expressions or anything that is new to you, please speak up. I'm one of those speakers where you can just rattle into her talk and say, hey, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's fine. Okay. The examples I share are based on my personal experience, which is only like 4 years old. Some of you have many years more of experience in your pocket. So if you have not heard the arguments that you struggle against, I would ask you to note them down now and share them with me and with the entire audience here, and let's discuss how we can counter them at the end of this presentation. Okay. So that's what I just said. This is typical Anne. I don't know where I'm at all the time. This is the reason why I have a ton of slides. I have to. Otherwise, I'll be talking here for the next 2 hours and you'll be sleeping. Okay. So I refer to blog articles on a few occasions. And at the end of this presentation, I'm going to share one short link where you can find all the articles I refer to, including a couple of bonus resources. All right. This talk, like I said, is a two-way street. You get to share your arguments. We talked about this. You can make a list of arguments and share them with me. Right. The arguments. Okay. The first set of arguments is based on disbelief. Arguments like these can feel like the toughest ones. People who say, when you say this website needs to be adjusted, people say, yeah, it works for me. Right? We all know that one. It works for me. Yeah. Or we don't have any disabled visitors. There is this lady in the Netherlands, her name is Rian Rietveld. She's from the Alley Collective, or the Accessibility Collective. She wrote an article called Blind People Don't Visit My Website. It's one of the best articles I ever read. It gives you a battery of arguments because she went to Twitter and she asked people, hey, for anybody who knows that they are not hindered by any impairment, what bothers you about the web? And the number of arguments that she got was overwhelming. Stories, people who said, I cannot read the fonts, they're too small, or when the sun shines, I can't read the screen, or tons of it. And this whole list, in the end of the article, she concludes, those are all accessibility issues. Okay, so another argument, when you tell a designer, for example, you need to make this design accessible, and they will go like, what? I've been doing this for so many years, and I went to school so-and-so, and training so-and-so, and this is how I learned it. What is very important is that we come with bad news, in essence, to these people. We tell them, like, what you're doing is wrong. Nobody wants to hear that. It's smothering your creativity. Another set of arguments of disbelief. Are you saying I'm a bad designer or a bad developer? How dare you? Who are you to tell me I'm a bad developer? And maybe we didn't even say they're a bad developer. We just said, hey man, sorry, but there is no focus on the links in this page. That doesn't make you a bad developer. It means you have to adjust something in the code. It's very hard to reason with people who are in a state of anger. We all know that. They do not process any information. Now, what is important before you even start argumenting with people is to take a step back and actually see what is happening with this person. Why is this person so defensive? Why are they angry? And then try to relate with this person. Like, I am not trying to kick your shin here. This is a thing that we do together. Okay. Another one is, hey, you know there's a plugin for that, right? Many of you know what's coming here, right? We're talking about the overlay plugins. That's a topic that I could do 5 talks in a row about. Does anyone not know what an overlay plugin is? Yeah? Okay. An overlay plugin, sometimes you get onto a website, and then you see this very obvious disability symbol. Usually it's blue with a guy standing like this. Sometimes it's a wheelchair. And then when you click that button, it's going to give you a gazillion of options, and you can change the contrast and the font size and the... Most people are not aware that this actually hinders accessibility. I have friends who use screen readers who say, if I turn that on, I cannot use this website anymore. And we are angry. In the accessibility world, we're so angry with all these overlay plugins, and we're going like, wow, they're bad, and they're commercial, and they just want to make money over the back of handicapped and impaired people. And what is important is that we need to remember that everybody is coming from a good intention. The people who create these plugins originally came from a good intention. And then they needed a lot of money, and then they got a ton of investors, and then a couple of millions and billions flew over the counter, and suddenly they're forced to make money. And they cannot make the choices that need to be made. That's as much as I would say to overlay plugins, but we don't need overlay plugins. And this is a difficult argument to overcome because your customer might say, yeah, you know, if I use this overlay plugin, it's like $50 a month and I'm done. And you're telling me I have to rebuild an entire website, which will cost me thousands. And again, it's the financial argument. I'm going to come back to how to counter those in a few, right? I'm just building up here. Okay, then we have fear. Fear of restriction. You cannot do that. No, not. It's all these negatives. Or fear of repercussions. People say, accessible websites can't be beautiful. They're always ugly. Look at that government website. Look at that tax website. They're all boring. That's not because you can't make a beautiful, accessible design. That's because the designers and their bosses are afraid to do it wrong. So they're going to stick to the absolute minimum and the WCAG guidelines and try not to take any risk. And this is something we need to get away from, because if we can get designers to have their creative flow and to go crazy with what they want to do, but in a way that form never goes over function, we can create beautiful sites. I know award-winning accessible websites with beautiful designs, right? And then there is fear of the unknown, because we all know that if I make my site accessible, it's so much work. Because we live in WordPress, we live in an all-in-one culture. We are given tools with which we suddenly are the developer and the designer and the content creator and the marketing and the SEO person all in one. Which is nice, because it means you as a solo person can actually set up a complete website. But still, all these jobs are different disciplines. And people are not being educated about what they might do, should have to do differently. We have a tendency to use no and not a lot. Okay, we all want to do things right. So when we see something that isn't right, you're like, don't do it that way. You cannot do this. You shouldn't do that. You cannot use that feature. Who here likes sliders? Nobody likes sliders? I have a room with 100% people who don't like sliders? What do you do when your customer likes sliders? Are you going to tell them you can't use sliders? What? You don't like sliders, but you're not telling the people around you they shouldn't use them? This is going to be an interesting session here, guys. All right. You cannot use that tool. Or, I'm drifting off again. Happens to me all the time. Telling people no and not is decapacitating. I practiced for half an hour before I could say that word. Okay. The fear of legal liability. Are you all aware of the legislation around accessibility, the upcoming European Accessibility Act in Europe in June, that is actually going to bite private companies? Did it ever occur to you that, for example, a hosting company that sells a domain to a private person has a business-to-consumer process and has to be fully accessible? Did you know that? Do you know how much business we can conduct in the next couple of years? I know, that sounds mean to use that argument, but this is the argument that you need. Okay. People can also be afraid of getting sued. I'm not going to mention the fines, you're going to faint. Then, people who are afraid that they can get fired. And it's overwhelming, right? It feels like rocket science. And why should it? Why should we worry when we are content creators about the development part? Or the other way around? These disciplines need to work together. And getting people to work together is what is going to help you to counter arguments. The documentation is drier than the Sahara in midsummer. Has any one of you ever tried to read the WCAG guidelines? Right? Yeah, me too. I was like, I don't get it. I really didn't get it. I panicked. Anybody will panic in the beginning. And then I found that there are people on the web that absolutely rock explaining this from what I say geek speak to human speak. I have a link on my page from a company that creates lovely videos that are like 1 minute, 2 minutes, and you can show these videos to your colleagues and to your friends. And you will see that all of a sudden they go like, it's not that hard, right? Okay. Let me tell you a secret. The basis to countering arguments against accessibility is that everybody wants to be liked. If you understand that, then you will realize that you want to be liked. It's difficult to say something that is negative or can be perceived as negative, but the person sitting in front of you has the exact same issue. Maybe you are telling this person something, and he thinks, if I have to take this to the management, they are going to tear my head off, or they're going to laugh at me, or so again, there is always this fear surrounding this. So that is the first thing to get out of the way when you are working in accessibility. To motivate, you need to understand what demotivates. You know, creating people identify themselves with what they do for a living. So if you say it's not right what you're doing, it feels like you are not allowed to be here. I don't want you around here. And then someone is mad and doesn't process any information. So first, establish that whoever is sitting there in front of you is okay as they are. I wrote a blog article about that where I said, it's perfectly fine to have an inaccessible website. It's not fine to have an inaccessible website when you know that it should be accessible. But you have to create that ease. Okay, so again, the basis for countering voiced and unvoiced arguments, love and empathy. And some people will say to me, Anne, that is such a soft topic. Why are you talking about love? We cannot speak about love in business. Business is hard shit. This is money, and this is hours of work. And again, remember, people want to be liked. Okay? What is important is your empathy towards them. Your empathy about their worries and fears. And this doesn't only go for accessibility, this goes for everything in life. Okay. But then also, you start to establish their empathy or motivate their empathy towards the end users that they develop and design for. The clarification of the joy of what they've done instead of using can't. You have to come from yes instead of no. And every time you get opposition, step back into yourself and just think, did I just come from yes or did I just come from no? Because it's easy to come from no. And the most important thing for people to understand what accessibility is to understand the why. So there are a lot of unsolid arguments, right? Because I and the official guidelines say so. Did that ever motivate you? If someone was talking to you like that, you got to do it like that because this is the rule? I don't see yes. Okay. And saying because it's the right thing to do is not as solid as you think. Like I said in the beginning, everybody will say, yeah, it's the right thing to do. But as soon as they think it costs money, or it's not going to bring them any money, they'll say it's somebody else's right thing to do. Okay. And then remember, your why may differ from their why. My why is a social one. My why is an egotistical one because I hate 80% of all websites. When they're going bling, bling, bling and moving and the buttons are too small and I can't navigate a website with one hand when my shoulder is inflamed again, right? And then you have to get into what they know. Now, what does everybody know? Everybody knows or understands what it's like when you can't read the newspaper without glasses. Because if they don't know that, they can even imagine that, right? Hearing. Is there anyone in the room here who feels that with age their hearing is going down? I'm one of them. Right? Especially in rooms like this, when a lot of people are talking, I'm like, eh? Did you know that people who grew up without hearing have another perception of text than we do? Who knew that? Oh, you're learning stuff here today. This is why closed captioning is so important in videos. They need to have the time to read something and they need to be able to stop and start the text. Fatigue. Don't we all know this experience? You've been going out on Friday and Saturday and Sunday, the lights are too much. And then you have to go and order online and you come on this beautiful white and bright side where you're going like, okay, where are my sunglasses? Those are things that make people walk away from a website unconsciously. And this is a big factor in your arguing with managers, for example, because they always want numbers. And then you can ask them, okay, do an A/B test. An inaccessible website with bad color contrast is like a bad smell. You know, you come into a shop and it like stinks a little bit. And you have to stand in the line. And after a few minutes, you start thinking, I can buy that online. I'm not going to stay here. And you're walking out. This is an unconscious process. On the web, this is a conversion that didn't happen. And if you start talking conversions to the people who are handling the money in a project, then suddenly you're talking on another level. Oh, packaging frustrations. You know those packaging where you need concrete shears to open them? These wonderfully plastic glued packages? Shopping frustrations, no labels. An annoying lack of information. If you can't find your way around. Those are experiences, if you find the analogies to that, with which you convince everybody working on a website to make it more accessible. Does anyone here know IKEA? You all know IKEA? Yeah? You all know how wonderful it is in IKEA if you have to go to the bathroom? They're going to make you run through all the lanes until you get to that bathroom 3 stories down. If you're sitting with someone who doesn't understand what an accessible website experience means, someone who cannot relate to that because they have all their faculties working fine, take them to a website with a mega menu without a skip link. Because then they will see that every time they change a page, they will have to tab through that menu 5 million times. It's what I call the IKEA experience. All right. And then, very important, if you are coaching a group of people in this regard, show them their power. We have the power. We create the web. We are the ones that can say, if we're on the development side, and say, hey, listen, underline that link. This is the CSS for that. This is how you do that. And suddenly, that site becomes usable for a lot of people. You show them the power and show them their joy. If you conduct user testing, if you get your bosses and your employers and everyone around you to allow you to do user testing, share the joy that these people have when you solved something. This is so empowering. So, are you already thinking of ways of how you can convince the decision makers? You're not asking many questions here, huh? Okay. One thing that many people don't realize, my time is up. We're going to come to the questions now. Is that people using assistive technology cannot be measured. It's not measured like a browser. It's not measured as a persona. You cannot measure this for privacy reasons. So the management is going to come and ask you for the numbers, and you're going to appeal to their common sense. I was speaking about conversion before. If you manage to explain that accessible websites convert better, like I have an example on my site where a British supermarket invested in making their web shop accessible. They threw in 35K, and it got them 13 million additional revenue every year. 20 years ago. Can you imagine what we can do now? Okay. So I brought on a couple of arguments. I've told you some of the arguments. What are you? Do you have arguments that you hear from the people around you against accessibility?
Not my target group.
Not my target group. Oh, I love that one. I love that one. So let's think of a case they're not my target group. Like a company that sells running shoes. People in wheelchairs are not my target group. I don't know. I mean, walking on high heels is not my favorite thing to do. So I will say there are women who don't like to walk on high heels, but they still have to go to a nice event, and then they have to walk on high heels, and they want to look pretty, and they will wear high heels. Why wouldn't people who cannot walk not wear running shoes? What convinces you so much that they are not your target group? Especially in shops that are making a lot of money, where only 0.5% more is a lot of dough. Have you ever tried using that argument, Bernard?
I usually say maybe the person buying the thing is not the person using it.
Yes, that's a good one as well.
Might buy something for their
Yeah.
yeah.
This is, this is also a great one when I speak about color blindness. Did you know that 1 in 12 men is colorblind? That's 8%. And then you add this wonderful color picker to your website. And as a designer, you think, I don't want to write that orange is orange. Anybody can see it's orange. But someone who's colorblind doesn't see it's orange. And maybe this colorblind person wants to buy a present for his friends. He needs to, or she, because there are also colorblind women, need to be able to see what they're buying. All right. Anyone else? Yeah.
But I get arguments from plugin developers, and they say that they don't have enough complaints from people, from other users, and they want to like gather up votes, like upvotes for that specific bug. And actually, they don't treat it as a bug, but like a feature request.
Hmm.
I'd like to know.
Oh yeah, I know a farm plugin that does that. This is a very sad thing, actually, right? This is companies treating accessibility as a popularity contest. Like we add feature requests. I'm using this social media tool, for example, and I've been begging them for 18 months. Can you please give us the possibility to add alt text? And they were using this Trello board. And the Trello board was a popularity contest. And this is a really difficult discussion. So I like that you bring up this point. And this is where I would implore all of you to learn about the power of analogies. Like I have given you some examples of that. And speak with these developers because they don't know what's heading for them with the legislation, but also they don't understand that they are actually missing out on a fantastic selling argument and selling point in their own product. And again, of course, it's all about money again. But that's, in our business, the argument that works. And I saw a form plugin, for example, that will not allow us to change the labels. We can turn them on, we can turn them off, but we cannot change them in such a way that they are accessible. So this is getting in the way of a good website, of a good experience. And now the lawmakers are tired of it, and they're going to force everybody into doing it. And this is where you are bringing the fear argument as the last one. But don't make it the main argument. Say like, okay, you can be very afraid and wait and wait and wait and wait until you have to do it. Or you can start doing it now. And you break it down for them. Like the content team can make sure that not all the links are click here. For the people who are new to this topic, why is click here a bad thing to do in a website? Imagine you're in IKEA again, and you ate some chili that was a bit off, and you have to run for the bathroom, and all the signs say, here. Wouldn't that be a great experience? And I know this is a very, very, how do you say that? Very visual example, but it's one that people will remember. Right? Does anyone else have a great argument against accessibility that was difficult?
Yeah,
Go.
so I work with a lot of web creators, and I hear a lot, I don't have the resources to prioritize this right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There are arguments that you can't win.
Oh, darn it. So I stumbled on that one.
I was hoping to hear an argument today.
I can tell you what I tell them. I'm not sure.
What do you
it's
tell
helpful,
them?
But I tell them, look, if you want to optimize your website for different screen sizes, you might as well do this one too, because it's kind of in the same lane. It's the strongest one I had. Doesn't feel strong enough, but at least it's something.
I think there would be a lot of power in large companies creating products for people to create websites with if they also would start to co-educate their users. That would be a great thing. Wouldn't you like to have that? Did you, by the way, all know there's a fantastic plugin called the Accessibility Checker? It's a free plugin. You can download it from the repo. And if you install it, it's going to tell you while you are creating your website on your own server. It's not going to some other funky server in faraway Stan. And it's telling you live, hey, you can adjust this and you can adjust that. And then you will see that it's quite easy to do so. And if you show a tool like that to your friends and your colleagues and your coworkers, it's going to become a lot easier. It's going to become less stressful. Right. So does anyone else have questions or remarks or... I think we're done.
Thank you so much, and this is such a great talk. Thank you for sharing your journey with us. Now we are open for Q&A.
We just did the Q&A.
Official Q&A, so from now on.
Official Q&A. I forgot to give you one slide. Hey, it's not there. Okay,
Okay.
that slide is missing. No, I created one slide with a very big link written on it. It's Anne's link, ANNES.link/meetup-en. And this is the page where all the resources were, and the slide is missing. I'm very sorry. If you want to have this slide or this link, come and find me on Twitter. I'm there as Bovelet. Come find me on LinkedIn. Come find me here in WordCamp. I'm here for the next 3 days, 4 days, 5. I'm 5 days here in Taipei if you're staying longer. Just come and find me. Okay. Thank you.
Questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so most of the time, as a manager, I have to deal with designer
Yeah.
and developer.
Yeah.
So developers are like, I'm the boss here, and it's really complicated task to do. And the designers are like, okay, you have to do it just because of accessibility, or you need to make this more user-friendly.
Yeah.
So it's like something like, husband and wife quarreling. And I'm just seeing here. And sometimes it's a little bit difficult to manage them together because the designer is the expert in designing sector, and the developer is definitely, I respect him or herself because they're the expert in development end. So at the end of the day, so it's a fear grown into me that I'm going to lose them if I talk too much. So
Yeah.
how to manage that very well? I want your experience in this case.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I get it. I get it. Thank you. This is a wonderful, wonderful point that you're bringing up here. Again, so this is listening to someone from a managing position, and this is a point of view that we rarely hear. So thank you. Again, this is about mutual understanding, right? And when a developer gets this angry, it's usually because he's like, you're disturbing my time, or maybe he doesn't really know how to do it, or she. I use he a lot, but I always mean everyone, right? So when you have this situation, it means you need to create a mutual understanding. It could also be the other way around. So when a designer, for example, says it needs to be done like this, and the developer says, hey, buddy, but that's not accessible if you do it that way. It's the same situation. So what is important here is to sit down with all of them and explain again, like, I'm not attacking you. This is what I need to do. This is what we need to do to accomplish this mutual goal. Are you in an agency?
Yes.
So you are with your agency, you're trying to achieve this goal, and the person buying the website wants it to be accessible, right?
Right.
So there is anger there, and this is the anger that you need to flush with water, like you would quench a fire. So trying to find ways to find that they are empathizing towards each other. For developers, like, it's really hard to find the right resources on how to make something accessible. So this is more like, it's too much work, I'm pushing this away. So this is where I would say to you, if you are a non-developing manager, then get them to explain to you why they think it's hard, or ask them if they need time and resources to research it, because most of the time, this is a matter of deadlines.
Right.
And what is most important for everyone here who is managing teams and is walking into this, please understand, learning about accessibility takes time. And more resources are created online. One of them, if I preach for my own choir, is at the hackathon next week in CloudFest. We're going to create a central resource for accessibility frameworks. But it's hard for most developers to easily find the resources, so you can help them by finding those resources for them, or ask your developer, like, what do you need? How would you like me to help you and support you to learn about this? It's the same thing like a marketing department that says, we cannot add alt text to the images because it takes way too much time. That's not for the content creators to decide, because time is money. That's for the management to decide. So this is a problem you take to the management. And if you have someone over your head in the management, this is also a direction that you need to go in. And talk to them, because you will all need time to study this subject, so you can ease back and say, hey, easy peasy, man, I know how this goes. And it's the same thing with designers. It's one thing I forgot to tell you during the presentation, where designers say, yeah, you know, I just created this corporate design, and these are the colors that we have to use. And I will say something like, cool, but when are you going to get creative? And this is passive-aggressive. This is me contradicting myself, saying you have to come from yes. But sometimes you have to rattle someone and make them think in new ways. And the same goes for developers. How do I find a way around this? How do I use this color set in such a way that the function is not pushed away by the form? Did I help you with this answer, or would you like to know more? Because then you have to come to me after the presentation.
Yes, that was helpful
Thank you.
from different perspectives.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the thing. Look at everything from a different perspective. Step into the shoes of your users and of your colleagues and even of your competitors. Because if you're doing accessible things, you're doing better than your competitors if they're not. Any more questions? Now we're really done.
Thank you so much, Anne. And I'm pretty sure if anyone has any more questions, feel free to find Anne at conference later today. And thank you again, Anne. Thank you.
Thank you.
On the behalf of WordCamp Asia, we would like to give you this thank you gift. Thank you for this amazing presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a great organization. Thank you all for coming here. And see you around.
Ladies and gentlemen, this section is finished. Now is a lunch break.
we will start in about 2 minutes. Welcome everyone. Welcome to WordCamp Asia 2024. So this next set of talks are going to be lightning talks. So there will be no Q&A, right? You can talk to speakers later on and ask your doubts. And with that, let me start by welcoming our next speaker. She's from Philippines, and she's going to talk about importance of showing up and leveraging modern technologies for branding. So let's welcome Gerlinia on the stage.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Have you taken your lunch already? Yes, okay. So again, good afternoon. My name is Gerlinia, and I'm from the Philippines. So yeah, hi, hello, Filipinos. So a little bit of backstory. So I have grown my digital studio rather, in the past 3 years, and we have helped more than 50 businesses with branding and website design and development through WordPress. So these are the media outlets that our clients were published, and also our works are published as well. So today, I'm going to talk about the power of personal branding in the AI era. Okay, so just a raise of hand. Anyone here are service providers? Yeah? Business owners or agency owners? Yeah, there's a lot of hands here. Or people working under an agency? Okay, at one point, have you had a hard time marketing yourself? Or getting inbound leads? Getting clients? Or even applying for a job? Okay, so I'm going to help you out today. So before anything else, let's start off with what personal branding is. So when we talk about personal branding, it is the intentional and strategic process of creating an identity, positive identity, or image around oneself. So it is communicating your values, your skills, your expertise to everyone, basically. But hey, Gerlinia, is branding just a trend? No, it's not. It existed for a long time already, no? Are you familiar with these things? The television, magazines, newspaper? Before, personal branding is built through in-person connections, your reputation, and also media outlets such as televisions, magazines, and newspapers. But eventually, it had a drastic change. So what happened with the internet? Personal branding had a drastic shift with internet. And with the rise and transition to digital platforms such as websites, blogs, social media platforms such as LinkedIn, now we can showcase our skills globally, right? So this created an avenue and also an opportunity for us to engage in a wider audience globally, think outside the box, and establish our online presence. So in a simple formula, with personal branding, your target audience can, 1, know who you are, 2, understand how you can help them with their problems, 3, know what you stand for, and 4, why you are worth choosing over your competitors. At the end of the day, your personal brand attracts people to you. Now, let's go down to business. How can personal branding help me? Okay, so with personal branding, it can help you to 1, lead more, 2, win more, 3, show more, and 4, earn more. Who doesn't want to earn more, right? Right? Yes. Okay, so when people recognize, so let's start off with leading more. So having a personal brand means you can lead more. So when people recognize your skills, your expertise, and your values, these people are going to trust your judgment. Then this would lead to leadership opportunities. So like the senior job, creative director roles. And I have an example here. Who knows this person? Yeah, Chris Do, he's very popular. So in design and marketing. So Chris Do is an educator for creatives and marketing. So he has this educational platform called The Future. So he teaches design, marketing, anything about creatives to freelancers and designers. Now, where does the lead more take into action? So as he expertly engage and tells you his knowledge, he eventually became an expert and a leader in the field. Okay? Next, win more. Okay? When we talk about win more, if your personal brand would help you to bring out, if you're someone who brings the meat to the table, who brings value to the table, whether it is landing a job, getting a new client, closing a deal, or maybe getting results for your clients. So another example again, Chris Do here. So he became a valuable asset in the industry and he has been winning the hearts of his target audience. Meaning, getting more leads, getting more people into his platform. Next, show more. So apparently, research shows that 67% of employers and business owners use social media to cite opportunities and also job listings. So when we talk about show more, you show more of you, and eventually this would help us out attract more eyeballs to you. And yeah, again, Chris Do here with his social media platforms, his podcasts, his videos. This type of attraction marketing helps him to be seen everywhere. And whenever we see him in our YouTube, in our feeds, we recognize this best person and, oh, this person is a leader in this field. And that's called brand recall. So lastly, earn more. So with the combined effects of the leadership opportunities, winning opportunities, and also visibility, well, there's going to be earning potential because a high-value service provider equates to people are willing to pay premium. Okay, so now, how are we going to leverage AI for personal branding? There's actually a lot of ways. But number one thing that we could maximize it on is content creation. So with AI, we could be able to generate written contents, generate topics, maybe create designs and graphics, and also edit videos. So what are these tools? Have you tried using these tools? Yes. Okay, so for ChatGPT, it can be used for concepts and themes, and also Gemini, and for Canva AI, for graphics, and also Adobe Suite, you could also use that. Grammarly for your grammar, basically for checking, and also for videos, we have your CapCut and your Adobe Premiere Pro. If you're someone who is keen on creating talking head videos, it's going to help you out because it automatically translates your script. Now, with all of these tools, Jerlinia, how are we going to stay relevant? How are we going to stay authentic and genuine? You know, because AI it's robotic. Sometimes the results are meh, not so good. So in maintaining a genuine and authentic touch, this involves One, aligning your values, make your voice shine through, and actions consistently, meaning with no consistent actions, there's no progress. So when we think about it like, oh, I'm not showing up online, so there's no progress. Okay, so now, what are the tips on maintaining a genuine or humanly touch or authentic brand? One, you need to have human touch. And what is that? We need to put out your personal insights, your thought process, your creative direction, your creative process, your unique perspectives, your stories, everything. That's the human touch. Two, review and edit. Please, if you're someone who copy, paste, and post everything, please don't do that. Let's review and edit, okay? Accordingly, and to make it as your own. Like, put out your brand voice out there, put out your humor, and let your messaging shine through, such as your values, the values that you live by, and the topics that you are passionate about. Next, be transparent, okay? So, if we are using like AI, let's create content on how we are going to leverage it. So if you are, let's create content on how you are going to leverage it. If you're someone who who is frequent in LinkedIn, you're going to see a lot of industry leaders create content like this because a lot of people needs or a lot of people wants like tips on how you could leverage AI. Now, down to the last part. How are we going to show up? Julina, how can we show up? So here's what I've been doing in the past 3 years. So in the past 3 years, I've been consistently doing content, and I've been consistently putting out my source and knowledge and support to my colleagues and peers. So we can do this by creating valuable posts, valuable insights, market tips, doing educational webinars, and also doing like workshops with your colleagues. Another thing that we could do is embracing vulnerability. Of course, it's like putting in a human touch to your content because it is something that people could relate to and create a shared experience. So in here, like my experiences having my big talk in Philippines in Manila, I talk how the jitters I've went through, like my struggles as a business owner. And lastly, be present and just show up. So show up for commitment, show up for events, show up for conferences, connect, build connections, build relationships, as this would help you in creating that value of respect and commitment to others, your working dynamics. So I just want to feature here, like in Cebu, we are building a community of freelancers. So we have been showing up and giving value to these freelancers who have went through the same journey as us before. And now, after the planting season, what are we going to do? We are going to reap the fruits of our labor. So now, I got offers here and there. So this is in LinkedIn and other like media outlets out there. So just a little backstory. That first square there, opportunity there, that was the first job that I worked for after I graduated college. But now they are asking me or they are giving me a creative opportunity for a creative director role. So just a full circle moment. And also I was able to talk and do branding workshops locally in the Philippines and even featured in LinkedIn in the Philippines as one of the 100 most influential women. And lastly, this is one of my wins here. This event opened me up to WordCamp. This is the WordCamp Cebu, and that's the first time I talk there. So one of the speakers here in WordCamp Cebu is also here around the crowd. So, but on a deeper note, like personal branding helped me to engage to more clients, to more qualified clients, and it helped me grow my business eventually and change the trajectory of my life. Who would have thought someone from the Philippines would be talking here today in front of you internationally? So, yeah. Personal branding is not optional or optional. It is essential and inevitable in this time of day. So, but I just want to give you a heads up. Personal branding is a long-term game, and you better start now. Okay, so again, thank you everyone. My name is Rudina Galgo, and if you have branding and marketing questions, you could also connect with me at my socials at Rudina Galgo. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Jelinia.
Thank you. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I got a free bag.
Yeah. Okay. So how many of you have built a plugin or submitted to WordPress repo? Good. I have, and I'm happy to call upon our next speaker, who is among many things, member of the plugin review team, and he's going to talk about common mistakes, right, that plugin developers do when submitting the plugins to the repo. So let's welcome Luke on the stage.
Hi, everyone. These are all of my slides. And, have you noticed this? It must be AI, do you think? Because it's really accurate. And if you don't mind, I just thought, I'm just going to mumble, and I just want to see. I was just curious. Thanks for indulging me. Geraldina, that was a great talk and very high energy. I don't know how I'm going to follow that, but we don't have time for Q&A today. So actually, if you want to just throw at me some heckles and vibes and questions and jibes while we go, then please feel free to just interrupt me and I'll repeat your question. I'm looking at you, Tom. Okay, so hi, I'm Luke. I'm a member of the plugin review team. So who here's a plugin author? Oh, today's going to be a bit of a technical talk. There's going to be some code on the screen, so get ready for that. Does anybody have a plugin in the plugin review queue right now? Great, that's really good. The answer is no, nobody seems to, so it looks like I've done my job. I joined the plugin review team because I felt that, in general, developers in WordPress could use a little more DevRel in their lives. WordPress could, I was feeling like WordPress could do a little bit more for developers, a bit more for plugin authors. And so I did what we should all do when we're feeling a little maybe disappointed with how something's going or how something could be improved. I volunteered to help try and improve it. So that's why I'm on the plugin review team. And what we do is when you submit a plugin to WordPress.org, it has to be reviewed. We check for security vulnerabilities. We check for guideline violations. We're trying to get people to stop some of these dark patterns that you sometimes see in plugins, And so we check for this sort of thing, make sure the plugin works, doesn't break your site. And that's a great thing because I think in general, lots of people feel lots of WordPress users feel a lot of trust for the WordPress plugin directory. It's pretty safe to install any plugin that you got from WordPress.org on your website. And so that's our job. And we get a lot of plugins sent to us for review. And the truth is that it takes about 3 or 4 weeks before a plugin typically passes, on average. Now, you get some authors who are just sensational, some people who really have been doing it a long time and know their stuff, and they might get through with just a couple of passes. But more often than not, we're talking about maybe 5, 6 back and forth emails with plugin authors to try to get them across the finish line. And because of that, I thought, well, why don't I do a talk where I just go through what some of those back and forths commonly are, because there is a lot of stuff that comes up that's always the same, you know what I mean? So that's what this talk is about. So let's get right into it. Trademark violations. This is quite common. I reckon maybe like 1 in 10 plugins that you submit will inevitably have some trademark violation, and sometimes it's something that you wouldn't expect. What can and what can't you do? So here you can see in my examples, the word App Store, you may or may not know, is actually a trademarked term by Apple, so you can't have App Store in your plugin name. So it's always good to do a little search if you're creating a new business around a particular plugin name, around that name, and you're going to go and buy the domain and things like this. If it contains an already trademarked term, we can't accept it. So we prefer more generic terms when it comes to naming your app. We won't let you put the name of a different plugin at the start of your plugin name. We don't want anyone to be confused, right? So you can't say WooCommerce Payment Gateway. Instead, you say Payment Gateway for WooCommerce. That structure, the for other plugin, is the sort of standard terminology, and that's how we prefer you do it. This one we see a lot of. So typically, why would you make a plugin? To integrate with some other service, all right? Maybe you're integrating with, I don't know, Google Fonts, or maybe you're integrating with whatever SaaS flavor of the day it is. So if you're integrating with another service, maybe you're calling an API, we're going to notice that you're doing an external call in your plugin code. And that's allowed, that's totally fine, but it is required that you include that in your README file. So in your README, it's really good to just put the terms of service and the privacy policy of the third-party services that you use. Some people like to use like an analytics service or something like that. Of course, it's got to be opt-in for the user for that. But if you're using services like this in your plugin, include the terms of service and privacy policy. I've gotten through with no heckles or questions, which I guess that's a good thing. Plugin tags. So the tested up to, you know what, there is a website, there's a documentation page on WordPress that goes through your readme.txt and main plugin file that shows you everything that you need in there properly. But we see this a lot, is people will put the tested up to version and it's the plugins version. And but what we actually want is the version of WordPress. I've tested up to version 6.4, for example. And then sometimes we'll see the readme.txt and the plugin header. They'll have different versions of what is the stable tag. I've done this before too. I'm like, okay, I got to get out version 1.0.2. I'll update my README and forget to update my plugin, and that sometimes results in a mismatch. Licensing is another one. Make sure you're using the correct GPL license string, or that will cause a problem. And actually, while I'm at it, Gagan reminded me of this one yesterday, is the slug that you're using for your plugin. It's good practice to name your main plugin file that slug. This should be the same as your slug.php, essentially, is your main plugin file. All right. Internationalization. We see this one a lot. I saw it yesterday. When you're translating a string, which is a great thing to do, you're going to use __ function or _e, or like in this example, escape HTML __. And sometimes, understandably, people don't want to put that literal string in as the second argument for their plugin slug. It makes sense on a certain level to let's just make that a variable, and then we could change it if we needed to or whatever. But actually, that's not permitted. And the reason why is because a lot of translation tools, the tooling that we use internally with WordPress.org and other translation tools like Poedit, I think it is, they use these _ functions to pick up all of the strings in your plugin, and in that sense, the plugin slugs actually do matter. They do make a difference. And because these tools that we use don't actually run any PHP, it's just string matching, you need to have the literal string of your plugin slug as the second argument of your translation functions. Sanitizing and validating is another big topic, which I will refer you to WordPress.org for. We see, this is the main thing we see, sanitizing and escaping. Lots of people miss the escaping. They'll do like escape HTML for an attribute. So I'd encourage you to just look at all of the escaping functions available on WordPress.org and learn about WPK. I call it WP Kisses. Other people call it WP KSES. What do you call it? Kisses? Yeah, well, let's call it Kisses. That's cute. I like it. Learn about WP Kisses as a function or WP Kisses post. Lots of times, and I'm guilty of this, people just choose to ignore nonces because it's kind of a pain to implement. But the reality is, if you're ever taking any post data or server data, we're going to require a nonce. So you just have to do it. Sorry. Unsafe SQL calls, make sure you're using WPDB prepare correctly. You don't want to include any variables in your SQL statement except for the table name. And prefixes. So don't use a 2 or 3 letter prefix even. You need at least 4 letters in your prefix. That's important. And then try to be consistent. Sometimes plugins will use one prefix, half of the time, and another prefix the other half of the time. So, try to be consistent in that as well. And that's it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Thanks.
And the Q pen. Thank you. So this is the Q pen. Okay. Yeah, this is the next button. The big green button.
Perfect. Thank you.
So this was quick. We still have 5 minutes of the scheduled time if you want to ask questions. Anyways, so how many of you felt FOMO of anything? I have felt FOMO for Indian WordCamps, and I try to make sure that I attend all of them, right? So I'm happy to call on stage our next speaker, who is from Sweden, and she's going to talk about how to prioritize, right? So that you can convert your FOMO to joys of missing out, right? So let's welcome Hannah on the stage, please.
Good afternoon, WordCamp Asia. Lovely to see you all. Hi, my name is Hannah Swain-Lovik. I'm based in Stockholm, Sweden, and I work for Automatic in WooCommerce Happiness. I love figuring out how to do more with my time. I'm sure this is something that you all have thought about. Productivity methods, time management. The more I can get done, the more I have time to spend on what's interesting, right? It turns out that's not really the case. And I don't usually get to those more interesting things. This has been a really meaningful topic to me over the last year, so I'm looking forward to sharing this with you today. We're going to review FOMO, the fear of missing out, and then look at how to move towards JOMO, the joy of missing out. Let's get started. So what are all of the things that you do because you're afraid you're going to miss out? Do you watch one more episode of that TV show to find out what's going to happen? Stay up really late and forget to be late to work, yeah? Do you go to meet friends, even when you're tired, because they could be doing something cool and you don't want to miss out? When you're just about to sign off for the day, but a new GitHub issue comes in, do you stop to check it because, it could be something that you'd want to know about and help fix? Do you go to one more WordCamp, one more event, just because you could connect with interesting people or see a helpful event? These are the things that you do because you're afraid of missing out. Sure, you do them, because you want to, but because you also want to make sure you don't miss something interesting. How many of you have experienced FOMO? Yeah, that's just about everybody. Thank you. Me too. And the WordPress community is helpful. It's kind. It's supportive. That makes it really hard to let go and to not be deeply engaged and to say, no, I'm going to step away and do something else. FOMO leads to pressure on yourself to do just a little bit more. And it's not sustainable over the long term because you aren't sticking to your own boundaries and you're not doing what you really want to do. So that brings us to the next concept, the efficiency trap. You know the concept of a Sisyphean task? According to ancient Greek myth, the gods punished Sisyphus for his arrogance by sentencing him to push an enormous boulder up a hill, up all the way up, and then it rolls all the way back down. And he is condemned to repeat this over and over and over for the rest of eternity. What a horrible punishment. In today's version, Sisyphus would empty his email inbox, or maybe Slack, lean back, take that deep breath, and then hear the familiar ping, you have new messages. I see smiles and reactions. You know this one. No matter how often you clear your inbox, there will always be more email. No matter how many different productivity methods you use, be that for email, be that for anything else, you'll get faster. You'll be able to process it faster, but not necessarily more impactful. Because, again, there will always be more email. So it's an efficiency trap. And the important thing here is, why do you clear that inbox? Is it your job? Is it FOMO? Is it because you're clearing your deck so that you can get to those bigger, more important tasks? And I can't answer this for you, but it's up to you to figure out what that is so that you can move past this Sisyphean task. Recognize that it's easy to get stuck in tasks like this, and understand what's pulling you into it. Why is it important for you to do this? The next step is, what is it that you actually want to do with your time? Is it answer that email? Or is it plan, create, implement something cool? And that brings us to, hopefully, something really cool. FOMO's opposite of JOMO, the joy of missing out. JOMO is about the quality of what you're doing, rather than the quantity. I'm doing a lightning talk. We're definitely bringing it down into efficiency. It's about switching your mindset from, I have to be here, to, I'm happy to be right here. This is where I want to be. It's okay to not be everywhere all the time. It's about finding contentment and fulfillment in the activities and moments you choose to engage in. For me, it's the joy of giving what I'm doing right now my full attention, because I know it's the most important thing that I could be doing right now. So, okay, we've got JOMO. How do you get from FOMO to JOMO? Whenever you, I think I'm missing a slide. We'll figure this out. So whenever you say yes to something, you're saying no to something else. And this is a really important concept because your time is finite. You can't do everything you want. You can't say yes to everything. So instead, you're saying no to something else. So your time and energy are finite. What's also important here, figure out what are your BHOGs. I know, it's a funny acronym. It's your big, hairy, audacious goals. And if you don't know them, think about them. What are those really big, complicated things that you want to achieve? And then once you know those, you can set your boundaries. You can decide what you're going to be passionate about. You can also, one moment, please. Sorry about that. I think I am missing a slide, and I'm busy trying to remember what was on it. Yes, we've got it. Choose what you're going to fail at. I know, failure is totally a loaded term. And you don't want to say that you're going to fail at something. But I'm saying it that way because it's important. Because if you decide what you're not going to do, then you can spend the rest of that time on what you are going to do. And that's important, because otherwise you're trying to do everything. So what are you going to fail at? There we go. We weren't missing a slide. I just got confused. So we go from FOMO to JOMO. We figure out your BHOGs, your big, hairy, audacious goals. You decide what you're going to fail at. You do what's going to give you joy, even if it's not technically good use of your time. Not every hobby needs to become a side hustle. And I'm saying this because this is a hard one for me. I've been learning obscure writing shorthands and alphabets, not because it is remotely useful, but because I can write in code that nobody else can read and I find it really fun. So what do you do just because it's fun? If this is a tough concept, let's get a little bit philosophical and think about the concept of cosmic insignificance. Our lives are blips in the eyes of the cosmos. Our actions right now matter to those around us, our friends, our colleagues, our families. But in 100, 500, 1,000 years, will your actions actually matter? For most of us, probably not. And in many ways, that's wonderful, because it's freeing. It means that what you do right now matters, not that you have to get everything right for the rest of the future. Figure out what's important to you and do that. So, what do you do to get from FOMO to JOMO in your life? Thank you very much for your time, WordCamp Asia. It was lovely to talk with you.
Break till 3, right? And we can come back again at 3. Thank you. It's okay. No, just need one to post. Oh, these are all from Yoast. Yoast and Blowhost.
I know. Okay. It's okay. Let's solve this problem together. Yeah, never mind. Is this your phone?
That's my phone, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Our next session will begin in another 3 minutes, and it's a very interesting session by a very good speaker. Good afternoon. Okay, so 3 o'clock we have a very interesting topic. It's a very, very long name. The topic has a very long name. But to say, to state it in short, you will not be alone anymore. You know, there is a famous song by Michael Jackson. You will not be alone. I'm here with you. So AI has been with us for some time, but since last year it became more than closer than before. And so AI back in India, in our language, many people say I. So AI, they read it together and they say I. So this AI can help us do many things, and for many people it's just fascination. For many technology people it's a wonderment. For many people it's a business opportunity. But if you are a developer, you are a designer, or you are a writer or anything, AI can help in many different ways, but not the way everybody has been telling you. But it can really take away your tedious jobs. Like for example, there are some jobs which we have to do. Real life example would be to do laundry. You have to do it, okay? Because if you don't do it, it piles up, and it can cause trouble. So these tedious jobs, which can be offloaded to somebody who is equally intelligent to know that what has to be done and what kind of laundry has to be done in what way, it'll be very nice to have. Means, oh my God, I really want now AI-powered laundry assistant for myself. But our today's speaker is Paulo Belcastro, and Paulo is interesting man. Paulo, it looks like Paulo, the name means humble. But all the Paulos that I know are extremely talented, really, really famous, like Paolo Maldini, Paolo Rossi, Paolo Belcastro, and they're all talented people. So Paolo is from Italy, like Luciano Pavarotti, but he says all the all the famous opera singers took away his voice talent. So he's developed his talent in WordPress. He works for Automatic, and Paulo is here to tell us how AI can help us so that we have our time to do what we enjoy more. Paulo.
Hello, good afternoon. So you'll never be alone anymore. Before we dive into that, I would like to introduce myself very briefly. I'm Paolo, and I work for Automatic. I'm Italian, indeed, that is all true. I do live in Vienna, Austria, though. And I want to talk to you about AI today, but we're not going to make our laundry together here today. So why are we here? We are here to look at AI a little bit differently, out of the hype, out of the technology, out of the worries or the big hopes of a futuristic tool that would do everything for us. I want to look at it just as a tool we can use every day to reimagine our craft. And most of the examples I will use today come from creating content. They apply equally to designing website, to coding. Just I wanted to narrow the scope a little bit. And to narrow it even more, I want to look at 3 particular areas where the recent AI tools can help us. And they are practice, collaboration, and diversity. So remember those 3 things. We're going to get to those and explain in detail how this can happen for you. There is a point I'd really like to make, and it is, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the legend of Arthur, who became king by pulling the sword out of a rock. Some of you may have read the old legend. Some of you may have watched the Disney movie. If you're French, you might have watched Camelot. There's a number of movies and TV shows about that. What it says is that the sword was critical. Like only the person who could remove the sword from the rock could become king. But the important thing to remember is that it's called the legend of King Arthur and not the legend of Excalibur. And so I want to explain how AI is that for us. It's a tool. It's something that enables things that are unimaginable before, but it's only that. So before we dive into the 3 principles, let's look a little bit at what is AI today. I would say that AI is more than just code and algorithms, in the same way that I would say that the printing press is more than just screws and nuts and levers and gears. It's made of those things, but it serves a purpose that is much more important. And by the way, AI has been around, as many of you, probably all of you know, for many, many years. It's not something that was invented 3 years ago. We called it machine learning for a long time because AI was kind of the aspirational goal, the aspirational target when it would actually become sentient or something like that. And then at some point we decided that, well, it's not sentient, but it's good enough that we're going to use AI every day. That's probably more marketing than anything else. But really, what is interesting is that it's a sort of mathematical representation of our language. And what it does is that it enables us to manipulate, transform, and generate text. And what's very interesting is that text can be text as in content, but text can be text as in instructions. And so with those tools, we can also program machines. It's not just limited to writing English, French, Chinese, or any other language. And with similar tools, we can also manipulate pixels and manipulate images. And so we expand the possibilities of what we can do as humans, because one of the characteristics of AI, although a lot of people say it's slow, it's much, much faster than we are. It's not as fast as we wish, but it's very fast. So it's a tool that can manipulate language and images, and language can become instruction, and so it can drive machines. And like every powerful tool, there is a potential dark side. So I want to get this out of the way so that then we can talk about the really interesting stuff. Before we dive into really the scary stuff, let's talk about what AI is not beyond the hype. AI is not this sentient tool that is gonna put all of us under a bridge and take all our jobs and do everything we do today and like magically. That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen anytime soon, at least. And when I say soon, I doubt it. Personally, I doubt it will happen in our lifetime, but definitely it's not gonna happen in the next few years. It's not the opposite either. It's not that magic wand that you can use and will make of you a billionaire without doing anything and without bringing any value. It's not that, because again, it's a tool. It's not really a tool that is going to make you successful by automatically creating tons of content and for SEO purpose or linking farms or things like that. That's not going to work very well, because we have to remember, as we build the tools that could technically create all that content, we also build the tools that can understand that that content has been created that way. And so without the human creativity in the middle, it's going to be very easy to clear up the field. I think that we are in a position now where, like it always happens, like there's a bit of a gap between how a technology is used and its true potential. But I don't think that automatically generated content will be successful for a very long time, because but anyway, the fact is, every sword, going back to Excalibur, has two edges. And AI is not an exception. And that leads us to the fact that your responsibility as the user of those tools is engaged. Now, you might have heard, for example, about all the copyright problems around AI. There are issues with image creation, with text generation. There are different trials going on. There's like questions about, hey, is AI stealing the work of artists or writers or creators? And I don't have an answer. This is not legal advice, and I'm not a lawyer. But what I can say is that we, as the user of AI, are in charge of what the output actually is. We are, at the end of the process, the ones hitting the publish button and deciding this is okay, this is not okay. I would argue that a normal keyboard or a pen doesn't commit crime, but it makes it possible. Like, a tool is a tool. Depending on how you use it, you can actually be infringing on someone's copyright, or you can be infringing on someone's terms of service, but the AI is not responsible for that. I go back to the fact it is just a tool. So we have to inject our creativity, and we have to commit our responsibility to use it in a way that amplifies us, enhances us, but doesn't infringe on anyone else's rights. So I wanted to introduce with all that is sort of, those are questions that people have, and I wanted to get them out of the way, because I want to talk about something a lot more important that these tools can allow us to do. And three principles, I think, can be underlined here. The first one is that quantity leads to quality. The second one is that collaboration enhances quality. And the last one is that diversity improves quality. And we're going to go through those one by one. So quantity leads to quality. You might have heard, and if you have been in any internet course in the last couple of years, you probably had that example, especially if it was a writing or a creative course, where you have heard this parable of the teacher that gave an assignment to students in a pottery class. But he didn't give the same assignment to all students. They gave an assignment to half of the student that was, over a month, please produce as many pieces as you can. You will be graded based on weight of the ensemble of pieces you have created. To the other half, he said, bring me the best piece you made this month, and you'll be graded on the quality of that piece. And the month went by, and so half of the class came with like trucks full of, of pots and dishes. The other half came with one piece each. And what is very interesting is the fact that the best pieces were actually among those who had made a ton of pieces, as opposed to the ones who tried to perfect one. Now, this parable is in a book from 2001 that the funny story is that it's actually not true, in the sense that James Clear published Atomic Habits a few years ago and mentions the same story with a photography teacher. And so this photography teacher did the same thing, though, asked half of the class to make as many photos as they could over a month and bring them, and they would be graded on the quantity, whereas the other half would have to bring one photo. Same end, of course, as you can imagine. And the interesting part is that the photography story is actually the original. The writers of the book in 2001 decided to use pottery instead. The funny thing is they were photographers and they were trying to diversify their examples. And but the gist of this is the more you do something, the better you become at it. And if you have ever created any content, you know that this is how it works. If you do that every day, you become better and better and better. Now, how does AI allow you to do that more and more frequently? Let it do all the grunt work. Like in every creative act, there is a ton of little tasks that are not really creative. If you're writing, it can be proofreading and checking for typos, and it can be maybe translating, because maybe you want to publish in English, but English is not your native language, so you need a translator tool. Or maybe it's if you're publishing on WordPress, you need to create an excerpt every time you write a blog post, and the excerpt is not really a creative exercise. The content is in the post, so if you can automate that part, you can save time. Or maybe you want your post to have featured images, but you're absolutely not good at creating images in any way. You can use AI tools for that. Or if you're writing code, for example, you might realize that every time you start work on a new plugin, there's a lot of like steps that are sort of mandatory. You have to prepare a lot of boilerplate content and file structure that is not really creative. So by removing all those pieces, you can do more and more of the part that really contains the value and really improves you. And basically, is use AI as your creative partner. You don't ask it to do the creative work. You ask it to relieve you from all the little tasks that are actually not bringing you any value. And that can take many, many shapes. I'll give an example, something I do personally quite a bit. I have learned over time that when you write, it's really important to limit a post to a single idea. If you want to be strong, if you want your message to be strong, you should limit your post to a single idea. The problem is that I tend to fall in love with my ideas, so I have a hard time discarding them. I don't know if anyone here experiences that. And the second problem is that sometimes I even have a hard time finding the line between the ideas. So a method I found that is practical is that I'll write a draft, and then I'll give it to an AI to say, create an outline out of this draft. Now, in the outline, it makes it a lot more visible for me which different ideas are expressed, and I can then split them. And then I take these three different outlines, for example, and I go rewrite a post for each one of them. You can move one step further. You can actually tell the AI, okay, give me an outline. Then you split it manually. You find where the lines are. And then you say, well, in my original text, organize the pieces based on these new three outlines. So I'm not talking about here AI writing for you as much as having a sort of back and forth that allows you to improve and go faster. The key is go faster. Like something that is incredibly hard in writing is to shorten. It takes a lot more time than writing a lot. And so any tool, any assistance you can get in shortening is really welcome. Collaboration. That is the second one. Collaboration enhances quality. Is anyone here who has already used friends or family or colleagues to get feedback on some post or article you wanted to write? Raise your hand if you're here. Yes, I see a few hands. Wouldn't you agree that in general, those are your best pieces? When you take the time to get back and forth with people, you have incredibly good insights in what you're writing, and they really help you. And sometimes something seems obvious to you, and maybe it's not. Problem is that unless you're a professional writer, it's hard to do that all the time because you want to write frequently, but also your friends and family, well, it happens that they have lives and jobs and not that much free time. So you can't keep going over and over to them. And the more you do it, the more you have to be flexible with the time they take to do it. So now suddenly they give you feedback a week or 2 weeks later, and that's not really manageable. But those tools are available for you every day, and they never sleep. And so use your friends and family whenever it's possible, but don't hesitate to ask the tool for feedback. AI can give you pretty good feedback on your text. It is kind of mesmerizing that it works, but it does work. And by giving you feedback, it will trigger your brain and will lead you again to improve the quality of your text. So this is a way to democratize feedback. Another point that is really interesting is that we live in a world where we write something, we put out a few ideas, but then there's multiple places where we're supposed to share them. We probably have a blog. I mean, if you're in this room, I do hope it's on WordPress. And then we might have social media, maybe Twitter, or maybe not Twitter anymore, maybe LinkedIn or anything else, and you want to adapt your content to the format of those different platforms. They might work better with certain length of text or certain approaches, certain tone. And so you can get help from AI. For example, let's say that you wrote something that is on your blog and it has a fairly informal tone because your blog is your property and you're talking to people who follow you. And then you want that same piece of impact on LinkedIn. You might decide that that tone was a little bit too friendly, too informal. You can easily ask AI to help you with that. And what happens there is that, again, we're talking about your input, your ideas, your content. You're not asking AI to write for you. You're asking AI to help you improve your writing. So you can get a sort of assistant that is constantly there for you, constantly working with you, and constantly helping you. And I was going to say free. They're not free, but they're extremely cheap. So, and then another point is diversity. And I think this one in 2024 is really important to stress, because what happens when you, even if you have access to a lot of friends and colleagues that are ready to give you feedback and dedicate time to help you, very often they will be fairly similar to you in terms of ideas. They might work in the same company, they might live in the same city, they might be around the same age, maybe you went to school together. It's very easy to be in a sort of social bubble in which there isn't so much confrontation of very different ideas. But when I write something, I am not overly interested in convincing people who think like me already. That is a marginal value. What I'm really interested in, how do I make my message heard by everyone else? And it's actually completely possible to ask the AI to sort of counter you and counter your arguments. So basically you say, hey, I wrote this draft. Tell me all the ways I'm wrong. Or I wrote this draft, impersonate that type of person and tell me where I'm wrong. Or tell me what is missing. Tell me which points are not clear. Tell me which assumptions, for example, I'm making that would not match that type of person. And those are all tools that actually function extremely well, because again, you're not asking the AI to generate content, which is always going to be a bit average because of the way it works. It's a probabilistic machine. It takes the most likely word to come after another word and another word, so it doesn't create a lot of novelty unless you raise that parameter that is called temperature, and then it becomes like almost impossible to follow, but that's not interesting. But here you're giving your content, and so you're asking the AI to push back on your content. You challenge yourself, and you challenge yourself in a way that I have to say is a lot more comfortable than with people. Because when you ask the same thing to people, admitting that you have in your circle the right people to ask to, then it's very hard not to enter into an argument with those people. Because now suddenly you're not giving feedback about a piece anymore, now you're debating your ideas. With a machine, that doesn't happen. It shouldn't happen. You shouldn't get angry at machines. So that's actually a really powerful tool to improve and to increase diversity. And then there is the idea that sometimes you're writing text that you know is going to be attacked. Like maybe you're writing a press release, maybe you're writing an announcement for a new product and you know that you have competition, maybe you're writing an opinion, I don't know, maybe your career is in politics and you're writing about your platform. But there are moments where you're like, okay, there's going to be specific people that are actually my opponents. I'm competing with them in this context. And it would be perfect if I could have people playing the role of what's called red team to attack my content. But again, it's not always easy to have that available, or it costs a lot of time and money. These tools can do that. LLMs are really good at that. Remember, though, you should not get angry with them. There is no point in doing that. So, quantity, collaboration, and diversity are three additions that these tools bring to you, in which you don't ask the tool to create for you, you're actually doing all the creative part, and you're letting the tool provide input, provide services, and provide challenges in a way that your content becomes better and better and better. And I really encourage you to do those things. You can, very interestingly, there's more and more ways to sort of pre-program an LLM. So for example, in ChatGPT, you have the GPTs that you can actually set to do a specific task. And so then it becomes even easier. You don't have to write a lot of prompts. You just give your draft, and then the dialogue starts there. And of course, there's a number of other tools. So I wanted to take a moment to talk about the tools briefly. I realize it's hard because if you start an AI presentation based on tools, it's up to date when you start the presentation. It's outdated when you finish it. So I'm not going to go too deep into the details, but fundamentally you have all those tools through chat interfaces that are ready for you at your fingertips. You have ChatGPT, you have Claude from Anthropic, you have Gemini, I think is the name today of the Google thing, although it changes often, but I think it's Gemini now. You have a number of tools that bring that into your editor. So you have Lex, we have Jetpack has something like that. Microsoft has integrated the tools in Office, so you can find those tools generally where you work. You don't have to go left and right, simplifying a lot of the sort of copy-paste and formatting problem that can be annoying. And you have, of course, the coding side. You have tools like Copilot that is available for everyone, I think, now, and many others. It's like there's a new tool coming out about every few days. But they're all, like, right now we're all in the same area roughly. These LLMs, large language models, that are able to generate, transform, and manipulate text. And then we have the image side with Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, or DALL-E that are able to generate images. That is sort of the state of what we have access to as normal users, regular users nowadays. Of course, what this is going to look like tomorrow, next week, a year from now, we don't know yet. There was an interesting thing very recently. Anthropic launched Claude 3 that apparently recognizes when it's tested. So we're getting into a strange territory. We don't have time to go into the details here. The one thing I want to mention is that those tools are constantly changing, and this is the only constant, is change. So fundamentally, we look at what doesn't change. And what doesn't change is that we humans are storytellers. From Lascaux and the caves where people painted on the walls tens of thousands of years ago, to today with LLMs, and in the middle with wax tablets and papyrus, and then the printing press, all those are tools at the service of telling stories. And telling stories are about creating, about sharing, about convincing. Everything we do as humans is telling stories. Whether we sell, whether we are in politics, whether we teach. And so the tools don't matter that much. Today, we have this tool to use. I go back to the printing press. The printing press was probably one of the biggest advances in human history. Today, they're in museums. Nobody uses them anymore today. They're beautiful, and they were incredible, but we don't need them today. We have digital printing. And then we have online. We read on screen. We can generate audio, video. So look at these tools like today. This is how I accelerate. Think about the painters of the Renaissance who had to be chemists. And they had to mix egg yolk with some flour and some iron rust to make colors. And then someone invented industrial paint, and they opened a shop and they start selling the paint. Well, it didn't reduce the ability of the previous painters to paint. What it did is open that to many others. And so this is what those tools are doing, is they're opening the door for many, many more people to actually become storytellers and improve their craft. So in conclusion, the future is not written, so we don't know what's going to happen. But we can use today AI as a companion to become better and better at telling stories, which are the core of our essence as humans. And the important thing, I think, is that in our legend, the legend we all write every day about ourselves, we can be Archer and not Excalibur. We can be the hero and have the AI help us as a tool. That's it for me today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Paulo. We have 10 minutes for questions and answers.
I think there is a question. I don't know if we have a microphone that goes around or...
Thank you very much for sharing your experiences and really working and collaborating to create content with AI. I find that actually a pretty unique perspective in utilizing chatbots these days. As a question, I'm sort of wondering, how are you finding, say, custom instructions, styles, and tones to be, say, modifying the work that you are wanting to be creating? And I admit, not just talking about, say, a tone of professional or empathetic, but actually going into an extensive, nuanced tone or style.
So this is a good question. So what I've been doing is twofold. On the one side, there's these sort of custom instructions that you can give at the beginning, and I have a collection of those. I use expander snippets to replace them quite often. Because if I'm writing for my blog, for example, I'm not going to give the same instructions as if I'm writing for work. What I find, especially now that the context windows become bigger and bigger, what I find very effective is that I will take 2 or 3 of the posts that I consider my best. I mean, I might be wrong, but I like them, and I will provide that as examples. And so I will, again, with expanding snippets, I will say, look at, for example, one example where I get the AI to write is when I give a draft and then break it down into pieces, and then I ask it to rewrite. I tell it, A, use the content I provided at the beginning. Try not to go out of that. B, here's an example of 2, 3 posts that I wrote and I'm really happy about, to give you a sense of the tone. I tried something that doesn't work so well, at least not for me, is that I tried in the past to do that sort of once and for all, sort of giving content to the tool and say, describe my style and tone and this and that so that I could reuse it. That didn't work because the description was very generic, again, for the reasons we know. So you end up having to provide content more and more. Now, what's interesting, for example, we're talking about Claude 3 that was just launched. It has 2 things that are really interesting. One is a 200,000 token context window. That means that you can, that's probably about 160,000 words. So you can really load a bunch of content. And what's interesting is that there is one test that is popular when testing those LLMs. It's called the needle in a haystack. You sort of say, well, can it find a single reference in a very big text without having to repeat that thing over and over again? And oftentimes they used to fail because if there is only one mention of, say, pizza in a text of 160,000 words, then you ask a question about that, it won't know. And Claude 3 has scored super high at finding that. The scary part is that in the reply, he also said, it's odd, there is only one reference of pizza in this very long test. It's almost like you were testing me, which it's a little bit scary, but let's assume it has explainable causes. But yeah, so with a bigger context window and the ability to retain everything, it becomes easier. Typically, the previous model up to GPT-4, Claude 2, they really over-index the beginning of what you share and the end, and they tend to kind of overlook the middle, like humans in a way. But yeah, sharing examples is the best way I found so far. Providing content. I have a couple of GPTs that do the same thing. Whenever I ask for advice, they go to my blog, download the last 3 articles, and ingest those, and then reply to me. No more questions. apparently. If you want to get in touch,
Okay.
you can scan that.
How do we find you on social media?
Scanning that.
Scan that, and so, but that's not AI assisted, is it?
No, that's not.
Okay.
That's just a plain old QR code.
So for me, AI is I look at AI as Sancho Panza to Don Quixote, minus the skepticism, with the appetite. Okay, and yeah. So thank you very much for a fantastic, informative talk. And as Paulo has told us, you are not alone. AI is with you. Okay. And yes.
Hi, thank you.
Yeah, Paulo, 1 minute. We have
Thank you very
we
much.
have a gift for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. For 20 minutes break, and after 20 minutes at 4 o'clock, we have the next session. Good afternoon. Our next session starts in 5 minutes. Our next session is website accessibility, why, how, and why, when, and how. And the speaker is charming Ricky Blacker. We start in 5 minutes. Good afternoon once again. Top of the hour, we have our next session, website accessibility, why, when, and how. Accessibility is very, very important because as Rick wrote in the introduction to this topic, that 1 in 6 people in this region at least need some kind of, they have some accessibility need. And if you spend thousands of dollars on building your beautiful website and is not accessible to some people for whatever reason, then you are basically, you are building something exclusive, you are excluding some people, and it's not inclusive. And that means you are saying, okay, I built it only for this group of people, and the rest of you cannot enjoy my creative work. And whose loss would that be? Are we excluding those people, or are you excluding yourself from their attention? So you can exclude yourself also from the attention of people at wide. And this is a very important topic, one of the topics which are close to my heart, and it needs people with passion to advocate, stand up and talk about this topic at every stage. And so we have Ricky Blacker from Australia. Ricky has many hobbies, and some of those hobbies his wife doesn't know, he says. So I'm going to disclose. I'm going to disclose some of those hobbies. So he loves drones, and he loves racing cars, and he's into music production and recording. So, and he's into smoking meats and barbecues, and he really knows how to throw good parties. So here we have a person who is enthusiastic about things, like a childlike enthusiasm, drones and cars and recording. And at the same time, he's doing very responsible work at WP Engine. Yeah, WP Engine. So he's got the knowledge, the know-how, and the responsibility of running a very big, large company where people trust. Okay, so we have a person who's got passion and knowledge together. So, Ricky, we are all here to share your passion and learn from you why, when, and how we can think about WordPress or website accessibility.
Thank you. Hello. Before I get started, can we get a big round of applause for Yogesh and all the volunteers in here, please? One thing before I start, I just want to make, as you look around and you see all these volunteers working here this weekend, they're all giving up their time to help us have an amazing experience. So whenever you get a chance, say thank you, shake their hand, give them a hug, and just appreciate what they're doing for us. So just wanted to get that out there. Okay, let's get on to it. Website accessibility. Why, when, and how. I got it right that time. So, who am I? My name is Ricky Blacker. My passions are WordPress. I love WordPress. Been working with WordPress for quite a long time and telling everybody how good it is. I'm a musician, love playing music. That's the thing that really keeps me centered and makes my life worthwhile, apart from my wife. I'm a serial hobbyist, as we were discussing. We've got lots of hobbies that I do, and I keep collecting new ones, and my wife keeps saying, why? You haven't got time for the ones you've got, but you keep collecting new ones. I work for WP Engine. I'm a partner enablement manager, which is really hard to say, so we just call it PEM. And one of the things I do is help people understand our platform and technology. So that's me. But today, what I want to share with you is the three things. Why? Why is it important to implement accessibility in your web projects? When should you be implementing these accessibility things? And how? How can you do it? Well, I'm not going to show you everything, but I'm going to put you on the right track. But first, before we get started, I have a disclaimer. The one and only video in my presentation. I just want to let you know I am not a website accessibility expert. I have been a web developer in the past. I work for WP Engine now. I'm passionate about accessibility. And just recently it got reignited, and I really thought it's important to make people aware about accessibility and why it's important, how to go about it. But I am not one of those people who are really doing all the hard work of this accessibility. So I just wanted to let you know that when you're asking questions, I might not have all the answers, but I'll try and answer them all the best I can. So let's get started. Firstly, why? Why should we have accessibility at our websites? That's a really good question. One of the things I like to do is go to concerts. I'm a musician, love to go and see other musicians playing music. Who likes to go to concerts? Yeah, hands up, yeah. So when we go to concerts, you see those people with the lanyards that say access all areas. The ones who can go backstage, meet the band, stand on stage, do all the cool things, go anywhere. That's the dream. If you go to a concert, you'd want to have one of those lanyards and go anywhere you like. But in reality, we end up buying a ticket and sitting in a seat or standing in a mosh pit. And sometimes, and this is happening quite a lot recently, sometimes you might be sitting in a seat and somebody might be a couple of rows in front of you holding up a big sign. Now, you've paid your money to go to a concert, you want to see the band, but you can't see the band because somebody is holding a sign up saying, oh, I love you. I don't get that very often, but some musicians do. So, hang on. We're not on the right one. Let me go back. I was looking at the wrong one there. So with the access all areas, we want to have that access. But, yeah, we sometimes don't get that. And that's the same with websites. We create websites, and we want to show people all the things on the website and having them interact in a certain way. And as people who go onto websites, we know sometimes when you go to a website, you can't do all the things you want to do. You might want to do something, and for some reason, it might be hard. It might be, like it's something that can't be done. For example, if you ever go to websites with, especially for like an airline, for example, and you go looking for the contact us, the contact information, sometimes it's buried in some weird page that you can't find. That's an accessibility issue. So when we're talking about accessibility, we're not just talking about making it ready for screen readers, doing all the things for disability, and it's about everyone, absolutely everyone, having accessibility to your information on the website. So the issue is, like, from a disability perspective, I did some research, and 1 in 6 people are living with some kind of a disability. So that's 1 in 6 of the potential people looking at your website. 650 million, and this was stats coming from 2017. It was intended to grow, so it's probably much higher now, but these were the last official stats I could find. 650 million people across APAC who could potentially have a reason why they can't access the information on your website. So that's one of the reasons that we look at accessibility. And unfortunately, it's probably the thing that most people fixate on. They think that they're just doing this for people with disabilities, people with vision impairment, things like that. And there's a lot of things that can be considered disability for gaining access to a website. Mobility issues. If you've got unfortunately broken both your wrists, for example, and you can't use your hands, you no longer can use a mouse to navigate around the website. How do they navigate? So you've got to think about all the reasons that people, besides vision, colour blindness, there's all these reasons why people might not be able to see the website or be able to interact with it in the right way. So when we're designing, that's the main driver, but also everybody, and this is the part, is everybody needs to have access to the website. There's been times when I'm trying to do something on somebody else's website and I can't do it because while they think it works for them, it might not work for me. Another reason we might go into accessibility and do all these things is for legal reasons. So there's a lot of legal reasons why you might need to do this or want to do this. So certain websites do have a legal requirement to be accessible. So you need to look at, does my website have a legal reason? And what's the implications of not doing it? Can I be sued? Can I be fined? Can I lose accreditation? When we were talking about legal, there was actually a time. If you go looking for legal cases against websites for accessibility, you'll find lots of use cases. In fact, there was one in Sydney, the Sydney 2000 Olympics, back in 2000, something like that. And there was a person who sued the Sydney Olympics because they didn't have alt tags and text on some of the images, which made it very hard for them to access the information on the Sydney Olympics website. They were fined, I think, $20,000. So that was quite a lot of money. It might have been 200,000. A lot of money. So it was a failure to provide text alternatives for non-text content. So that was, there are hundreds of cases, thousands of cases like that across the world. Australia, Asia, especially in the US. You don't want a website in the US, they sue over anything. We also have the economic reasons. So, what would be economic reasons for having accessibility? The more people who view your site, especially if you have a site that's generating income for you, or lead generation websites, or WooCommerce stores, but anything that's going to be driving revenue to your business, if you can't allow access to everybody, you're going to be leaving money on the table. If you have a brick and mortar store, there's a lot of rules around accessibility, and you want to make sure your store is accessible. You put in wheelchair ramps and things like that to make sure that people can get in. You've got to make sure that you make your website accessible for everybody as well. So when do we need to start doing all of this? That is the big question. So when we're talking about when we should be doing it, it should be from the very start. How many people here are currently putting accessibility into their websites? When do you start doing that? Do you do it at the very beginning, in the middle, or the end? And be honest. What I get from a lot of people is it's at the end. You design the website. You do all the things. You make it look beautiful. You make it do all this stuff. And then you go, okay, now we're going to make it accessible. Whether it's because you want to, because you have legal requirements, you start doing it at the end. What happens at the end is you've now got all this technical debt. And then this is why it gets so hard for people, is because they wait till the end, and then they're like, oh, this is going to be really hard. Because now I have to go back and change things that I've already done, and I don't want to do that. So when you should be doing it is at the very beginning. When you're designing a website, start off by thinking about how can we make this accessible right from the start. How many people have been developing for more than 10 years? Hands up. So if you go back 10 years ago, and when I started developing, we just started getting mobile phones that could access the internet. Does everybody remember that? Remember before that we were playing Snake on their phones, and all of a sudden we could actually look at websites? If you remember that, you also might remember the buzzword of mobile first. So we started developing, and the idea was, hey, let's develop these websites so they look really good on mobile phones first, and then make them look really good for big screens second, and that way everybody on the mobile phone has a good experience, and people on big screens have a good experience, and everybody's happy. So we all started doing that. It was like, yeah, this is cool. So why can't we do that for accessibility? Why can't we go accessibility first? Look at accessibility. How can we make this website accessible to everyone right from the very start, and then make it look amazing for mobile phones and for desktops and 4K TVs and smartwatches and everything that we see websites on these days. Why can't we do that? So that's what I'd like to see everybody do. When you're designing, building, working on a project, think about accessibility first. How can we make this website as accessible to everybody? And once again, I'm not just talking about making it work for screen readers or making sure that you have captions for videos, which is all important, but also, is this accessible for everyone? Can people navigate around this website easily? Can they find the information that they need easily? And then you make it beautiful after that. So how? How do we do it? How do we make websites accessible? So we're already starting at the beginning, hopefully. So we have the WCAG principles. So there's 4 guiding principles, or PAW for short: perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. So they're our guiding, and they are guidance. So you can use this just to guide you in making an accessible website, or you can use these for conformance. So conformance is when you need to be accredited. Maybe you have legal obligations. Maybe it's for whatever reason you might need to get some kind of conformance. And there's different levels of conformance, which we'll go over shortly. But you could just use this just as a guide, even if you're not using conformance. So let's go through a couple of these guidelines. And it looks like my notes are a bit out of whack, but let's try something here. So we have perceivable. And I'm just going to skip forward to the next slide, just for a second. Oh no, it's all good, don't worry. So perceivable. Perceivable sets the standards about the way the website is viewed. How does it look on a mobile phone versus a desktop? We're going back to mobile first, but this is an important thing because if you design, the reason why we did mobile first is because if we just design for the desktop and not mobile, it look really bad on mobile. So we design for the mobile first. That's part of accessibility. So when we're doing that, is it still readable on a mobile phone? Is the website easy to use and understand? Next one is operable. Operable looks at whether the user can access the website and find the information easily. Is the website or document able to be accessed by just the mouse or the keyboard? Can it be navigatable by other things than the mouse? So keyboard accessibility, enough time to get things done, being aware of seizures and physical reactions, things like that. So this is operable. Then we have understandable. Let me go back one. Can the user get around the website or document using... hang on. Understand. We've got the right slide? No, we're out of whack. Don't worry. Understandable relates to the information and the operation of the user interface, which must be understandable. Is the information readable, predictable, and provide assistance? If inputting information, errors must be identified when inputting data and displayed on the screen in such a way ensures that it can be accessed. So that's understandable. One of the big things here, and we're going to come back to this later, predictable is one of the big things about this. And when I first learnt this, predictable didn't make much sense to me. You think, why is predictable important in accessibility? And when we're doing things, we're used to things working in a certain way. And if they don't work in a certain way, if they're not predictable, it might not work for you. A good example of this was I was filling out a form. There was a home show in Australia that me and my wife were going to go to. I wanted to get 2 tickets. They were free tickets. You just had to fill out some information on the website. I went through, it said, how many tickets do you want? 2. Cool. Fill out this information, name, age, all this stuff for marketing research that we're used to. and then hit submit button. Hit submit, the form reset. No tickets. Tried it again, no tickets. Tried it again, no tickets. I couldn't figure out what was going on. So if you're like me, when you fill out a form and you hit submit and the form resets, you think, I'm done. Give me my tickets. What was happening was, because I'd asked for 2 tickets, when I hit submit, it cleared the form, and at the very top, it changed one little line of text which said, person 2. And if you didn't scroll up, you wouldn't see it. All you saw was the form resetting. So my predictable brain was saying, I've submitted, this form is reset, it's done. What they were saying is, please give us more information for person 2. I wasn't predicting that, and they weren't making it clear. And so I didn't get my tickets. I did eventually figure it out and get the tickets, but you can understand how that can be a problem. And then we have robust. Let me just go to here. Okay. Robust relates to compatibility. The website or document must be robust enough that it can be interpreted by a wide variety of user agents, including assistive technologies. That is, when a page is viewed on different user agents, such as mobile phones, braille readers, screen readers, text-to-speech, everything can be interpreted. And we do this as coders. I remember having mobile phones and different browsers open and checking a website to make sure it all works on that. We're used to doing that. So making sure that it's robust enough that it works with screen readers, and we're doing it, making sure it works on mobile phones, making sure it works on big desktops. That's what robust is, making sure that no matter what somebody sees the site on, they can understand it, it works. And then we have conformance. So if you do have to get some kind of accreditation, you would need to go through conformance. Now, with conformance, go back. Conformance is, there's 3 levels. Level A, if you need to get level A, you need to get all the level A criteria ticked off. If you need level AA, you have to get all A and all AA, and then guess what? If it's AAA, all of the above. You have to get A, AA, and AAA. So getting AAA, obviously the highest level, and if you need to do that, you can use the WCAG, or Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, to go through that process. So there's all the boring stuff out of the way. This is all the guidelines, this is all what you need to do. Let's actually get on to the practical tips. So, design. Use high contrasting colors. Everybody knows that, don't we? I noticed from personal experience, one of the first websites I ever designed, I thought it looked amazing. Everybody told me it looked amazing. And then one day somebody called up and said, I can't see any words on the screen. And I thought they were crazy. I'm looking at the website, I can see the words. And this person said, no, I can't see any words on the screen. There's no, it turns out they were colorblind. And I'm not the best color person in the world, and I was using dark blue on black, which looked great to my eyes and to people with good eyesight. But with somebody with color blindness, it was just a black screen. So that was my first lesson in accessibility. I then changed all of the text to white. Problem solved. Contrast. Use adequate line spacing. So what they recommend 1.5. So when you're spacing out text, try not to get it too close together, especially for people, just somebody like me with bad eyesight. Text all running together can blur, make it very hard to read. Something simple like that is really good. This is one of my favorite ones. Use text, not pictures of text. What do I mean by that? Sometimes it's, well, a good example is just earlier, I had the video that said disclaimer. Now, if you did that on a website, let's say I had that video to say disclaimer, and I didn't put any alt text or anything around it, a screen reader won't read it. SEO won't read it. I actually had a customer once who I had to rebuild her site because she had a sister-in-law build the original site for her, and they weren't coders, but she was an amazing graphic artist. So she created the websites in Paint Shop or Photoshop or something like that, and created these beautiful pages, beautiful text, butterflies, really amazing. Saved them as JPEG, put it on the site. So the whole site was a JPEG. And then she came to me and she said, I can't get any SEO. Google does not see my site. And I went, yeah, that's because the whole site is pictures, and the pictures were image 10476. That's all that Google saw. No content. So when you're putting content on a website, if you use a JPEG or an image to relay that text and nothing else, SEO can't see it, screen readers can't see it. People can see it, but some people. So that's what, if you do have to use a picture for text, make sure you got alt tags and descriptions, that kind of thing. Here's another important one. Don't use color alone to convey information. So what do I mean by that? Think about traffic lights. Traffic lights, red, orange, green. Red, stop. Orange, go really fast to get through the lights. Green, you go anyway. Think about somebody with colour blindness. What are they going to see? Imagine they've got really severe colour blindness. They're going to see 3 lights. So using those colours to display information for them is useless. I found out that colour blindness people actually, the traffic lights are universally in a set order. It might be different for different countries, but in that country, I think it's universally, like across the globe, they're in a certain order. So when a light comes on, somebody with colour blindness knows it's at the top, it's stop. It's in the middle, it's yellow, and it's at the bottom, it's green. So if we do that for websites, and somebody's got colour blindness, they don't have the advantage of knowing the sequence or knowing the code to do that. So if you're using colour alone to say stop, or some kind of a message with colour, you've got to remember that some people aren't going to see that as that. A good example, and I'm going to skip a little bit ahead because I'm going to talk about forms later, but forms, once again, when we're doing forms, colour, sometimes we use red to say, change the text to red to say that that's not right. Somebody with colour blindness won't see that, so using colour alone can be a problem. Alt text in images. Alt text is there in case the image doesn't load. That's the original reason we had alt text. If the image didn't load, there was a description. Of course, we use it nowadays for screen readers, also SEO. SEO picks up on that, so it's very important to use alt text. We use WordPress. Well, I hope we all do. We're all here for WordCamp. WordPress makes it very easy to add alt text. So we need to use it. Does everybody use alt text? Yes. If you're not sure when to use alt text and when not to, because you don't always have to use alt text. If you go to w3.org, there's a really good alt text decision maker. It takes you through the process of what is this image? Is it decorative, or is it actually relaying information that needs to be told about? So you can use this tree or this decision maker to understand when to put in alt text and when to maybe mark this as decorative and let a screen reader bypass it. Form best practice, we talked about a little bit about the colours. So making it predictable. I talked earlier about that form I filled out and it wasn't working because it wasn't predictable. With screen readers, making sure that the label's in front of the text box or the box or anything that needs to be interacted with. If you put it behind, it might look really cool to design one with maybe putting the text underneath, but a screen reader is going to see an empty box first and then the description second, and it's going to confuse people with a screen reader. So make sure you use form best practices. I did see an article the other day that pretty much all the WordPress plugins, form plugins, have accessibility built in. So that's good, but you still need to have manual intervention. Make sure that you're setting them up correctly. There's also the WAIARIA, Web Accessibility Initiative, Accessible Rich Information Internet Applications. This is really good for putting in information, metadata around things, being able to show the screen readers and show, SEO and all that, different things about the website in a code level. So familiarizing yourself with this is really important. It allows you to code things in and show screen readers and accessibility devices how to interpret the website correctly. This is one I was told to make people very much aware of. Beware of accessibility overlays. So I don't know if you've seen an accessibility overlay. There's plugins you can get for WordPress, and it says, this is an accessibility overlay which will help with your accessibility. A lot of people think that adding this plugin or this system instantly makes your website accessible, but it does not. They do help in some ways. They can put in buttons to make the text bigger, add contrast and things like that, but they're not going to fix a lot of the problems we've already been talking about. Fixing your forms, making everything accessible from the ground up. And we're seeing a lot of people using these overlays and thinking that their site's accessible when it's not. And even I've seen companies or groups that are in the accessible, in helping people with disabilities, and they're not accessible because they think they're accessible because of these. So be very careful. I'm not saying don't use them. I'm saying don't rely on them to do everything. And if you do all of that, you will, if you go searching for it, you'll see what I'm talking about. Now, I'm at time's up, so I'm going to have to go through this really quickly. Video. Don't let them start by themselves if you can help it, especially if it's got sound. Make sure you've got controls to start and stop. Make sure that you've got captions if you can. All of those things. Main thing is don't just let videos start with a full blast of music. That really annoys people, and especially people with screen readers, because they're trying to listen to the screen reader and it's interfering. Don't test this yourself. When you're doing a project, you always get people to check your work. Don't check your own work for accessibility. Get somebody outside of the project. If you've got a lot of people working on the project, get somebody outside the project. Even better still, go to a consultancy. There are a lot of accessibility consultancies out there who can check your website for you, also train you on accessibility, and do all those things. Which brings me to this slide. A massive thank you to Narelle Gaddy. Narelle did a accessibility webinar from my company, and that got me interested back into accessibility. I did a course with her on accessibility to learn a lot of this stuff. But I wish she was up here doing the talk, because she's very passionate. She has a visual impairment, and her company helps other people put accessibility into the website. So when you are doing websites, and if it is really important, please use a consultancy if you can, or somebody who maybe have a disability like vision impairment and hearing impairments, mobility impairments, anything like that, to test out the website in a way that you may not be able to and may not be aware of how the problems are. So quickly, in summary, we learnt why. Why should we be doing this? For lots of reasons. Not just because of disabilities, but because we want everybody to enjoy our websites. Get in from the very beginning. Don't wait till the end, because you're going to have all of this technical debt and all these problems, and it's going to be too hard and you won't do it. And how? There's all of these ways to do it. We've got the WCAG guidelines, but also just use common sense. Like, how do I access a website? What really peeves me off when I view a website and I can't see the information? Think about how you interact with websites and how you can make it better. And just quickly, before I wrap up, in October, I believe it is, 9th and 10th of October, there's the WordPress Accessibility Day. It's a 24-hour online webinar conference. I'm actually been invited to be one of the organisers this year, which I'm very proud of. So if you want to learn more about accessibility and hear some great talks, keep your eye out for that in October. It's a long way away yet, but please remember it. And that's it. Thank you very much for listening to my ramblings. My name is Ricky Blacker, and I wish you all a very good WordCamp, and hope to see you all around at the place. Thank you, thank you.
Now the stage is open for questions and answers. We have 10 minutes for Q&A.
Yes? Hang on. Got it.
We talk about accessibility. We typically talk about people with disabilities, but I've also noticed that older people tend to have difficulty in, using websites.
Yeah.
So does accessibility consider that, or?
Yeah, and that's what I think that was the point I was trying to make. We focus on people with disabilities, and rightly so. We should be making the websites accessible for everybody, but we tend to focus just on like people with visual impairments and mobility issues, and hopefully we are. But we then neglect just general how to access the website, just for normal people. Those examples I gave were of me trying to access information on the website, and I've got no disabilities. Well, I probably have. All of my hobbies is probably a disability, but that's on my time more than anything. And look, I wear glasses, and if I take my glasses off, or if I lose my glasses, I struggle to see websites. But even just people normally accessing websites on a day-to-day basis, we've got to make sure that they're accessible to everybody. We've got to focus on how easy is it to navigate. Can they get to all the information quickly and easily? And can they get the full experience without being hindered? And sometimes when we're designing, like I said, you're in the project and you know how it works because you designed it and it makes sense to you. But if you go outside of that and you get somebody who doesn't know the project, doesn't know the website, to test it, they might find the chinks in the armor that you didn't see. They might have, that's why we have user testing, because it allows us to get somebody else to see outside of the box, outside of what we're seeing. So yeah, we have to look at all the aspects of accessibility.
Hello, Ricky. Very good talk. Thank you. I have a question in regards to sometimes when it comes to, say, the needs of, say, a business to design a website, and maybe even, especially small businesses, they have an opinion on how they want to present their brand, and they have an opinion on how to, say they have already a brand book or they have a logo or something like that. How do you approach the conversation of, we do need to design accessibility first, when they may have an opinion on what they want the website design to look like or interact or be interactive like they have an idea? Yeah.
And that is the big thing, and I think that's where we're seeing a lot of the issues, is it comes back to like, when do you bring in the accessibility, and also how far do you go? I think if you've a particular brand and you've got a certain way you want to show your website, but it's not accessible, is it really doing you any good? Because I've had conversations with people with disabilities, and they've had trouble accessing certain sites. And people, here's the thing, as website owners or designers, we assume everything's okay because people are viewing our site. How many times when you go to a website and it doesn't work for you, do you go to the person who owns that website or to the company and say, hey, I couldn't access your website? We don't. We just go to the next one. Because there's hundreds of websites out there, and a lot of them are doing the same thing. So whenever we come up against a barrier, we don't say to somebody, hey, can you fix this? We just go look for something else. So where a lot of these brands might have their look and their feel, and that's the way they want to be, but if they're losing customers because of it, because they'd rather have that over accessibility, they may not know that they're actually losing customers. And I think that's the point. We don't know how many people aren't, when people are walking past a store, are they walking past because they don't want to shop there, or because they can't shop there?
Hi, Ricky.
Hi there.
That was a really good talk.
Thank you.
I felt like it was very accessible.
I'm glad. I tried to make it as accessible as possible.
Yeah. One of the biggest questions I have, and it's very important, and I hope you can answer it very honestly. How did you find a wife that bought you a drone? I'm trying to get my wife to buy me a drone. She doesn't want to have anything to do with it. I don't think that's an accessible partnership. So how would you deal with that?
Well, it wasn't very smart on her part because she was already complaining that I had too many hobbies, and then she bought me another one.
So do I need more hobbies?
You need more hobbies.
Excellent. Thank you.
No worries.
Okay, I have a question for you,
Yeah.
Ricky. So when we talk about accessibility, when you do the compliance at the end, the companies can put one line in their budget, accessibility compliance or accessibility audit. And so they can say $150, $200, or $300. But when we go through the whole thing about building with accessibility right from the start, then we are talking about one extra person on the team or extra time, and that increases the budget. How do we convince businesses to spend a little more time for accessibility? The budget impact of that.
And that's a big thing. And when I probably should have elaborated that a bit more on the economics side when we talk about why should, what's the economic thing? There's also a negative, obviously, if you're spending more time working on accessibility, if you need to bring more people in, more consultants, if it's going to take you longer, there could be a negative impact on it. But then what is the positive? Anything we do, there's a positive and negative. And okay, yes, we might spend, especially if we start from the very beginning. Like I said, if you start from the very beginning, it's probably going to cost a lot less than waiting till the end and trying to retrofit accessibility into a website that's already not accessible. If we're starting at the very beginning and working towards the goal of accessibility, it's going to be a lot cheaper and it's going to be a lot better. Also, once again, like I said, you've got all these people that you may not even know aren't viewing your website because they can't. They're not telling you that. And so you're losing, for a brand, they're losing customers without even knowing it. And also, it's good, in this day and age, we want to be accessible. So it's good if a brand can say, we have gone to the trouble, or a company has said, I've gone to the trouble of making this website accessible. And please let me know if it's not, because I want you to access my website. So it's a positive image as well. So I think the impact, the positives, even though it might cost you a little bit to start with, I think the positives way outweigh that cost.
Any more questions? Any questions? So I thank you, Ricky. Now we can see Ricky is really good-looking, handsome man. But when we hear him talk, we hear his passion about this topic, and he's very knowledgeable. So thank you very much. And no wonder they call him Mr. WordPress in Australia. Am I right, Robert? Is that what they call him? Yes, Mr. WordPress from Australia. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Yogesh.
That was a really nice talk.
Thank you. I'll give you the money for saying how pretty, good looking I am. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Now we have a short break, and we come back here at 5 o'clock for the next session. Good evening, good people. Our next session begins in 5 minutes. Good evening, everyone. Okay, so here we are with our next session. So we all know that the world rests upon a giant turtle, right? But do you know what does that turtle rest upon? Is turtles all the way down there. Okay, so just like WordPress, is blocks all the way down there, right? Or maybe not, is it? But Tammy is here to tell us that, you know, the blocks is one part, but the blocks can make patterns, and patterns can make, I don't know, pages and different things. But how do the blocks and patterns and everything stick together? Doesn't it sound very Byzantine to you, like, you know, very complex? But Tammy is here to argue that, you know, we have the Roman concrete, Roman cement of designs and other things, which put all these things together and make WordPress a beautiful place that we know occupies 43% plus of the internet. Okay, so Tammy here is a product creator focusing on WordPress and creates products along helping those and helps other people who are creating products. So she is a product expert, but she is from a hybrid background. So this is like very interesting personality. Like, you know, you look at Tammy and you say, oh, this is a product person, but you see there are many facets to Tammy. She is product design and psychology and development. Now that makes it very, very interesting. She contributes to WordPress and is passionate about open source, community, and tea. Now this makes very interesting person talking about convincing us that WordPress is, or maybe not, blocks all the way down there. Tammy.
So thank you very much. So first of all, hello. So when someone talks about interacting with WordPress, they are typically talking about the front of the site, the elements. We might think of it as the post editor, but often it's the site itself. And this has evolved, and in this talk, I'm going to go through what are those elements. How did we get here? And maybe where are we going, and how do we create things? And I'm going to look at some possible future considerations and have some hopes at the end. And these are going to be for some very personal hopes as well. A lot of this talk is going to focus on themes and extensibility due to these elements being front themselves. And at the end, I'm going to share a link with some resources that I'm hoping to grow and encourage checking them out. So the WordPress way is something said a lot. And it's something said often with a positive mindset, often accepting that something just works because it always has in WordPress. And we say it's a great path to follow. And this has been the case for many things over the phases of the editing experience, from easier editing to customization that has been eased, but not taken advantage of because it's been presumed that things maybe worked a particular way because that was the WordPress way that things worked. Processes are also built to work around the WordPress way, to accommodate those edges and hitches. And when you think everything is always going to be the hard path, you're constantly braced. And this can have an interesting mind flip when something is actually easier. You don't trust it. You find it a little bit suspicious that something could be that easy. But it turns out it actually can be. So changing a theme should be as simple as changing clothes. And you should be able to slip in and out of them, not losing any content or any great changes. And this is quite a generalization, but it has the reality for so long has actually been, it's more like changing clothes and kind of removing your head rather than doing anything else. So add to this that themes and often plugins have been in a race to the bottom with options. You can call it a framework, a builder, you can call it whatever you want, but even the lightest of intent was burdened by having to support 101 options. All of these with varying interfaces to those that interacting had to learn countless color pickers, endless background settings, The list of interfaces, they stacked up to dizzying combinations and heights. And plugins often have key interactions like styling, for example, primary buttons, be different from the rest of the experience because they don't know, and then it breaks it, so someone doesn't know what they're doing at all. So far, the elements I'm going to kind of talk about are kind of simple, but there's a hidden design system as well. And what does that really mean? Well, all too often, when creating with WordPress, what can or can't be extended and the opportunities are often isn't known. This makes the seed and ever-flourishing WordPress design system itself feel to many hidden. The system makes the blocks, makes the interface. Everything you see in the editors and beyond, that is, the system. There is a design system in WordPress. It just feels more hidden than sometimes it should be. This isn't a design system talk, though. It would have a really different title. But due to that close nature and the fact that the elements use this, I'm also including that point. So in the past, it kind of felt simpler. But that was because it was a known path that we were on. You'd have a theme. You'd add plugins to that theme and likely some custom code as you needed it. Custom CSS was a normality, and to many experiences, snippets were shared far and wide that you'd grab and then you'd put them in, or you'd have your kind of repo of snippets that you'd always use on every site. Themes, however, got larger and larger and larger, with the boundaries around a plugin and a theme blurring. Plugins were also getting more and more complicated, pulling in libraries and grabbing in frameworks to accommodate and stack up on these interfaces. The product stack has become unwieldy for many experiences. And phase one of the work that's been done recently saw the foundations laid so the elements could take advantage. It wasn't really until the customization phase where this flourished, though. A system was forming, and the language around was growing component by component. It's also worth saying that with projects like this, there's a term for iceberg projects, which is what you see is not maybe what you're kind of experiencing. There's a lot of this foundation work needs doing first. And that led to a vast amount of work that needed to be done, and there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, but it's not always visible, going back to that hidden. So there today feels like a new energy around creation, and I don't think it's just me that feels this. That's great, but I've got this far without me kind of explaining what are the elements, and I want to do that. What are those elements, and how do you even start to create them? If site editing is a sliding scale, where do you work? How do you do that, depending on what you're creating for? And how can you start taking advantage of these? So I'm going to take a look at each of these elements, and they are blocks, patterns, template parts, templates, and styles, and how they all add up to create a site. So blocks are often what we focus on, maybe wrongly or too much, and I'm kind of going to explore that a little bit. A block is the smallest amount, as it's kind of that it says here, it's that abstract term to describe units of markup. Quite a statement, that. When added together, though, they form the content, the layout of the page. They are often what we think of, after all, everything is a block, is said frequently, so they're what we think of. So block literally make the block editor, not just by name. They are foundational. Design tools are block-based and focus on interfaces that hook into specific blocks, powering them to combine styling. Blocks are powerful, but they are the foundational element, and they are where it starts, not where it ends. Patterns are often what people get and understand. So if you close your eyes, or someone else does, and you start to think of a site, you're not seen in blocks. You're generally seen in patterns. That's why patterns are so powerful. These are a collection of blocks, often arranged together with intention, because you have to actually put them together, and often opinionated through styling attached to them. Patterns have unlocked and empowered so many people. Again, it's what we understand when we see sites. The pattern directory has brought some incredible visual freedom and opportunities. It has also brought a range of options to those creating themes and experiences to extend and include. You can even make art, and there's a museum of block art using design tools, so you can even kind of start to explore and create. They are portable, they are stylable, and they even now come with syncing. It's kind of a great marketing sign, but they do. Patterns are a pivotal element, but that's just one of them. A template part is a smaller section of content that can be included often across the site, but in one or more templates. And I will add that some more common use cases are more than one for this. So when you think of a template part, often you'll think of a header or footer, but you can think of more things like this, like post meta, or you can also think of a sidebar as well. Template parts are also within the site editor. They zoom in. That's a really great feature because you kind of go into it as well, which is a really great experience to know as you're working on. So templates, often considered to be the top level, if you see styling as the wrapper around it. Templates are often, in this quote, considered to be the most important aspects of themes. I'll let everyone debate that. They are the files where everything comes together. And we all know about the template hierarchy, after all. They are tried, tested, and known. So templates now have a new lease of life and be able to create more easily than ever in the site editor. Along with that, unique ones can be spun up and exported into your theme. And styling, well, that's this really, really simple word. But in simple terms, it connects something like the theme JSON, or I often think of it as the recipe file of your site. It unlocks styling opportunities. Previously, you had to know code to achieve. And if that kind of styling recipe then creates these interfaces and says, I'm going to use this bit and I'm going to use this bit. So there are styling variations that mean a lot of the time you might have thought you need something like a child theme. You now don't, because you can just do styling changes. And design tools provide consistent, unified interfaces for a range of styling functionality, and it opens up a kind of a whole world of potential combinations for many more. So that's the elements. How do you actually use them? I'm going to take a look at that and take a look at what's possible within current WordPress. And it might be a product or it might be a theme that you want to ship that adapts to any use case. So I'm going to look at two particular things. I'm going to look at with and for. So with is any possible current WordPress feature being able to be used. It might be a product, it might be a theme that you want to ship that adapts to any of those use cases. It works with all the features on. So for is going to be crafted to suit a job, a particular state. This might, of course, be a plugin or a site. I'm going to kind of explain that a little bit as I dig into those. So if we're looking at this, when we're creating for everything on or for as many features as possible, you are not typically aware of the boundaries of the setup that the site's going to work on. Anything could happen. Any site this could be put on. Typically, you would be using as much native around the site editor. The same goes with the block editor. It's worth noting the distinction between the two editors that I'm using here, because I think there's two distinct experiences as you go between them currently. Templates, you'd have all the defaults and often a front. Template parts, you probably set up a range of those, including header, footer, and often meta as well. Style variations, often these are going to be used, and all core blocks are going to be styled. And typically, there would be quite a few as well for patterns. Custom blocks probably aren't going to be used if you're doing this, but you probably, potentially, you could support optional external blocks when you do this. Creating with is creating general and widely using as many features. Looking at default themes is a really good example if you're trying to learn how to do this, for example. This is very much as everything on as possible, with the unknown implementation of what you are creating, with the editor as the system. For any plugins or blocks that you are creating with, they're actually going to have minimal styling when you do this as well. So, for depends on the product or if implementing. For example, if a site or a client, or depending on the scale, it would be different to creating a custom product or for a single use. You typically start with the design system when you're doing this. If you're creating a simple site focusing on a simple job to be done, this is pretty easy. It's a pretty simple task that you have. But that starts to get more complicated as you scale, and you start to really have to focus on the task paths that are going to be used. Templates and template parts and patterns are very much going to be use case based. What are the jobs to be done? What are people trying to do, and what do you need in this case? Styles is typically going to be the branding provided by the client. You might use a style book to be used to display it. Custom blocks probably are going to be used in this case. If you're an agency, maybe you have a bank of those that you're going to use in a companion plugin, for example. The editor, or specifically often the site editor, is as much as part of this custom experience. You're going to be looking to scale depending on that extent and go beyond. So this is going to be quite a custom experience when you're doing this. And there is still a range of options for themes. Let's kind of not forget about themes. When considering what to pick, all are valid depending on what you want. Framework, page builder, classic, block, all have a place depending on your workflow. And that's, again, looking at all your options and deciding what you want to use for your needs and for the needs of what you're creating. Often for those interacting with themes, the most effective are those that get the job done. And that's a really important thing to think about. This idea that you can just go to one place and just be able to do everything with everything, that is actually flawed if you actually ever see someone try and do everything with everything. Themes, however, are today being allowed for the most part to get back to actually what they're curiously good at, which is being themes. They're actually really good at focusing on styling, not trying to be a plugin. There's a strength in themes when they do that, a weakness when they try to do everything. If you create using the site editor, a site, lay down a foundation perhaps, maybe using a theme JSON or the Create Block plugin, Create Block theme plugin, I apologize. It can truly feel like using Dreamweaver. Realize I'm dating myself a little bit with that term, but that's okay. This is an incredible way to work, and I would encourage anyone to try to do it. You're working straight with the real things, and it's actually quite freeing. You get to use the elements to create with, and it's really work as your sketching and creating tool. In this flow, you would export at the end of it, so you kind of use it as a prototype and sketch. And I do this quite a lot, and this is how I create my themes when I'm working with them and I'm trying to prototype. I find I use this way more than any design tool now, and it's really effective. So there is a misconception that everything should be a block when creating, or everything should be a block in general. As mentioned before, when people think of a site, they're often thinking of a pattern, not of a block. The same goes for creating. Often, it actually just needs to be a pattern. It doesn't need to be a new block either. It's actually probably already a block that exists. There are missing blocks, though, and there is a project in core and the idea is to have repeated blocks that can be supported, and that's going to be amazing because if you think, the example I always go back to is the accordion block of how many different agencies probably have their own accordion block and how many different freelancers have their own accordion block. If they could have one accordion block they could use, that's quite a sentence, it would be amazing for them to be able to come back and even have variations. But even some of the suggested blocks for that, some of them are patterns, they're not blocks as well. So being able to consider whether something actually and critically should be a block or not is really important. Some themes are going to need functionality, and that's where considering letting the theme get back to just being a theme and putting the functionality in a plugin comes in mind. Companion plugins are a really awesome thing. Unfortunately, we're in a place where a lot of plugins are really hooked into those themes. And classic themes have kind of made us into that habit of doing that. Themes and plugins do serve distinct purposes. And the hitches and the problems come when they get twisted and merged into each other. Creating is great using just the elements, but what is even more incredible is going beyond, extending those elements and pushing what can be done. This is where you start to make decisions on how far to go and what to adapt, and not even to adapt, based on knowing the system. So I already shared about the design system, the components and the styling, the interface patterns in WordPress. So knowing these allows you to choose what you can bring in or what you don't want to. One aspect of this relating to themes are design tools. They're in simple terms the interface to theme JSON. They allow unified tools for spacing, colors, and much, much more. This not only incredible empowerment for those creating those interfaces, but it allows those that make themes be able to rely on those as well. You can depend on them, you can reuse them, and know that they are getting refined and improved in core as well. Once you know what can be done with the design system and can be extended, then you can choose what not to use or what to use. Really, it's about knowing those boundaries and then utilizing them in your system. And don't presume that it's not available. It might be being worked on as well. It's about that kind of knowledge as well. Know the elements, know when you can use them in your site. And this works both for kind of information. If you find that there's something that you might want, raise that information to the people that are creating it, because that might be able to put it on the roadmap as well, which is really useful. This scales as the complexity of what has been built happens, though. For example, enterprise sites. But it also applies to someone wanting to create a product. Knowing what can or can't be extended in the experience is vital. As far as core goes, being able to iterate and extend and have that extensibility and improve based on that feedback is key. As I said, if knowing something isn't known, then it's not going to be, it might get overlooked. So there actually is on GitHub kind of some project boards and a tag for extensibility issues. And things like that are really important to know what people are creating and know what the barriers that they're hitting and know how that they are creating with. In order to do that, people need to start creating with them. So it's this kind of cycle as well. Often it's hard to see the importance of the foundational features, like things like the interactivity API. But these provide the grounding to be built upon. Remember I said about the iceberg? You sometimes don't know the importance of the things that are foundational. A good example is mega menus. The example that it recently showed how important all this work is to be able to achieve things like that. These are the stress cases. I call them stress because they cause people stress when you don't have them rather than use cases that enable more people to be able to use block themes, more people to be able to use these things. It's easy to focus just on the visual front theme when creating a site. I would encourage thinking of the entire experience. What do the styles look like? What flows are the editors going to use? And the different experiences might you need for different roles? What patterns are even going to be visible or not? If you are making blocks, think of placeholders and primary and secondary and placing of options. Don't all just put it in the sidebar. You can also think to craft the experience that the job needs to be done also. One WordPress doesn't suit all, and it really shouldn't. Extension and adaptation of the experience can and should be done by those working with the elements. It's also something to consider in anything that you create, not just set and forget. So, I've looked at the elements, the now, but what about the future? How do you take everything about that and beyond, and what does even that mean? And what are my hopes? So, it's already started with the maturing of concepts. Probably one of the foundation things that's happened and benefited so far is this. This has helped and continues to make things clear. Helps us implementing, but it also builds trust. If you can understand something, you can trust it. Initiatives like the WordPress developer blog have helped along with hallway hangouts and triage focuses because they've helped with understanding and clarity and define things. Actually having a definition for something was really, really useful. And using the same word for something is also really useful, defining terms. That said, it's a path to maturity, not one that is complete. If anything, it's a path that underneath, again, it's not always visibly seen. Initiatives around extensibility and interactivity, all these improvements give more to literally extend and build with. They also provide a lot of the missing pieces previously that had to be worked around that WordPress way. There's a lot, of course, around those gaps in the classic or older bases, but that comes from conversations, from saying what you're building, what the hitches are, and then surfacing those hitches, because they might not be aware. The work going on beyond just the editing experience is important. This takes all the learnings and thinkings of the system into more areas. It literally gives more Lego pieces to play with, which is so amazing. It also brings iterations and improvements to the pieces that maybe felt that they were needing kind of that extra iteration. You can go back to them as well. It also provides the opportunity to explore, to know, to give feedback and understand how maybe this component needs to adapt and have these kind of improvements brought to it. Having unified primary buttons makes sense for someone who uses the admin of interface of WordPress. But giving that information and knowing that, and then being able to take that if you use headless and not using it, again, maybe it's not so important for you, but you want to be able to detach those styling. So giving that information and be able to use those components in the way that you can use them is really important as well. So knowing when a component needs to be able to be free of styling or when styling can be attached to it is also really important. Learning about those flows and also from a creator's perspective, learning when you can use native components, when you shouldn't use native components, all of this and the Lego pieces. It also is benefit from existing patterns, and you can request that maybe these patterns you use repeatedly, and could these be in core as well? So this is where I'm going to start to dream a little bit of a future and hold a big invisible sign above my head saying, thoughts my own. Blocks are amazing, and projects to create more core supported blocks are incredible because they will help unify blocks and create things over and over again, like my example of accordion. But it's a really important one that I've seen so many created of. However, there are features that need to mature for those that are creating sites and themes, and those who are working with the elements currently. Finding some path for older things, from things like shortcodes to many, is really, really important. It's just a start. And what that path is probably isn't clear, and we need to have conversations about what that is as well. My hope is for things like pattern variations and other things to be explored, and for us to start having conversations about what could be. Sharing the styles you create is also something that people are wanting to do. There's a need for that, and looking at how people could be able to be doing that within the interface as well. The more we have defaults for things in theme.json, the better the theme starts are always going to be for those that are creating themes as well. And we have a lot of that already, so we have that boost before you start. So I have many hopes, which is probably not a surprise, but I want to start with a hope for growing the elements in the WordPress system. When there is a kit and there's boundaries of styles defined in core or in a theme for implementing the elements, this benefits the end experience. Core can offer solid defaults, custom experiences that always be needed, and there can be creativity can flourish. The less considerations you have around which color picker to choose or which range control to use or to implement, actually the more creative freedom you have. It's known when you learn art that the more boundaries you set up, actually the better art you can create. And that's actually a lesson that we really need to learn. Trust can be built and grown with an experience when an experience is dependable and a primary action is the same throughout, so someone can know what they're doing. This is when you're using the system effectively. It also means the standard of things like accessibility and usability can raise up because we can have that quality control over them. Disparate interfaces are hard to learn, hard to know, and can you really trust that snippet that you got from a random site? Possibly you can't. It takes a lot to trust an end user fully. So some thinking has to be done how much you open the experience, and that relies on the job to be done, and that's a challenge to many in this space. Set up those safe boundaries and allow some play, because safe playing in styling really is empowering to end users. If you actually think there's a game, quite an old game now, one of the original Tomb Raider games, and the start of the onboarding of that is you literally end up you learn by playing, and it's a really great example of onboarding. So if you think about taking that into your experiences, and it's how humans naturally learn, allow that safe playing, allow that learning through doing. When I look back over the past few years and I see how those elements have come, how much possibilities are now is exciting, it's thrilling even. It's also not done yet, and we've reached a great point of documentation and solidifying of concepts. It's a great time to dive in, and it's a great time to explore those elements yourself. A cautious hope is a hope for more opinionated experiences, for less options at the start, but that experiences, and themes to really focus on jobs to be done and not think that all the jobs had to be done all the time. and not showing everything by default, because honestly, that just overwhelms. There's countless psychology experiments that prove that. My hope is, as you get to explore, that you're going to share those insights, because that's what we do in the community really well. We share those insights, and we explore, and we experiment. We blog it. We add a pattern to the directory or the Museum of Block Art. We push what can be done and report that bug. We engage in feedback, in discussion. Each exploration and question, each conversation in the hallway track leads us to more understanding and conversations, to better tools, to push those elements and grow those elements together, to more Lego pieces and more adaptable pieces and elements for us to play with. So to that point, thank you. And this is my link. I'm hoping to grow these collection of links as well. And I'd love to continue any discussions that I might have sparked with anyone. So please come and talk to me. Thank you.
So, wonderful session, Tammy. On that note, let the discussions begin. Now we have a few minutes for Q&A. 5:45, we have to be out of here. So before that, let's ask as many questions to Tammy.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Find it very interesting and very great to explore like the element of WordPress. I actually have one question regarding of my current work. Actually, I'm working on maintenance WordPress website, which has been built for like in 2013, I would say. So it has been going through transition that currently WordPress has moved into blog and things, but it was like stuck in the past. So I was wondering like how we can like manage and think about what should be a way to go like to a modern way, because we know that the website that we're gonna maintain gonna go further into more years, and if we still keep using the old technology, I would say that it won't be very long lasting. So I'm very interested in the point that you say that we need to consider which path we got to go for, like whether we should using the element, using the default one, or other options. So how would be the good start to see where we should go into like making a website that is built long times ago into a modern version?
So that's a big question. Thank you. First of all, planning, because just to take. Is it a site or a theme that you have separate? It's a whole site that you have.
We actually build a custom theme based, like it like a child themes actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have a classic system. Is it a network as well?
Yes.
Okay. So to take your whole network and just be like, YOLO, gonna convert it, that's a lot. So you need a plan. First of all, plan. First of all, decide how much are you going to do of site editing. If you're not going to do site editing, are you going to use... So the minimum, I would say, is look at, are your child themes, do they need to be child themes? Could they just be style variations? If they are just doing styling, then you could bring them back to be style variations. That's one example. But again, it's planning. And first of all, that comes with who in your group has that education. So first of all, just start by making a block theme. Start by learning and knowing how those pieces work. Look at the default theme as well, because if you just jump straight in, it's going to be a lot for you to just jump straight in. So look at 2024. I love that theme because it's such a good thing to learn from, and learn how those pieces go together, and then think how you're going to do it. For your case, you're probably talking about a minimal conversion over. There's a lot. We could be like about an hour going through a roadmap, but a companion plugin probably, because you probably got a lot in your functions.php files. You probably got several in your functions.php of your child files, all of those kind of things. So you need to look at companion plugins, taking that functionality out of your themes as well, and just looking at that kind of balance. There's a lot. There's no small answer to you. But everything is possible for you to do, and I would encourage you to start slow. Theme.json is a good place for you to start because you're just taking the styling out and just thinking about like what are your colors, what are your fonts, what are your little pieces that you want. You don't have to have everyone in the editor moving everything around, or if you don't want that for your editors. You can turn on what you want and what you don't want as well.
Thank you so much.
Going back to your fantastic metaphor about how the constraints of what WordPress has become in the block editor can breed creativity, and sort of thinking about the way that, at least personally, in my opinion, Gutenberg does do a good job of gradually and carefully introducing new features so that we can test them before they become defaults in WordPress. Are there any pieces of this toolkit that WordPress has become that you do think have that continue to stifle creativity in some way, or that we still need to rethink?
So the big one, I think, is we need more defaults currently in the theme.json. Defaults in theme.json, I would love more. The thing that I hear constantly is the worry of like opening things up in the editor. And how do we control that? How do we lock that down? So easier control of flows in the editor. Role-based controls as well, like more and more and more I'm hearing that. Like we got locking, yay. But yeah, pattern by pattern locking is very like, it's a weird, I'm visual, so I just see a door with like masses of locks. That's all you can think of. And that doesn't really work when you're saying to someone, to do it. And there's so many like little back doors that you could easily like trip into. I don't know, I found that there was just one that you could just trip into even if you thought you had it logged off. And it may be a bug to do that, but user controls, more defaults. The tools like Create Block Theme plugin, I always forget the theme bit in that, are amazing. But if those have defaults, I think that you spin up and you can say like types, that would help. There is still this feeling that a theme has to do everything still, and it can't be ephemeral. And I think if we get back to the fact that themes can just be very light and just change, and almost that themes are the style variations, which is quite radical kind of thinking, that's okay, because there's so much in patterns and template parts that, yes, the theme is the package. That's like the thing that we're just putting it in the box and sending it off if we're moving it around. But we add a lot of weight to it. So there's a lot of words, but the locking and the flows is a big one. Starbuck as well, so that needs some work, I think, as well for people. Yeah.
I have one question about elements. It is, you see, the foundation is built by block, right? So can I use this concept to extend, for example, a lot of multimedia, for example, movies or MP3 from different blocks, and user can have the slider or effect to change?
So you could have a block for that? Yeah. Is that the question you're asking? 100% you can have a block for that. So one of the elements is a block, yes. But you could also have that within, so you could have a slider within a pattern if you wanted as well.
So yeah, I want to achieve that kind of design. I have to combine with another plugin, or I have to develop my own, maybe JavaScript.
I mean, there are countless slider plugins, so I wouldn't reinvent the wheel there.
Ah, okay.
And there are countless slider blocks as well. So you actually raised a really good question. Always search first before reinventing it. So I see time and time again, people are like making a new block or making you this or making you that. There are so many good plugins and blocks out there. Find them, first of all, like on theme directory, then, the plugin directory, have a look and search, because they might be there for you, and they're right in your dashboard that you can search for, and there might be the ideal one for you there.
Yeah.
And also have a look, depending on your theme that you're using, and also have a look, depending if you wanted just a pattern and you didn't want... so there are default blocks. You're talking about MP3. There are default media blocks that you would be able to use as well. You kind of went into slider. I don't know what functionality you want, because that could be quite a lot. But for default, you also have like media blocks that are default as well in there, in your system. I don't know if I helped you. I hope I helped you. If I did not help you, find me after.
Okay.
So I'm sure many of you have a few more questions for Tammy. Find her in the hallways today, tomorrow onwards. Tomorrow. Mainly, I think for 5:45, everybody goes out. So Tammy, thank you very much. That was a fantastic session. It was a very technical talk, but there's a lot for non-technical folks to take away from that. And it was really, you explained the whole concept of elements, the blocks and the patterns and the templates, and how does the styling step in and where to put the boundaries, and how does that influence the customer experience and gives the creative freedom to the developers, the designers, other things. Thank you very much. Wonderful talk, and we have a small gift for you.
Thank you.